to Christmas Days.
It's happening.
Hello!
Crimble.
We did it.
We're back after a hiatus of holidays and sickness.
Finally.
How are you all doing?
Still sick.
Still
Better,
sick?
actually.
Day 13.
Day 13 of being sick. Day... I don't know.
You know, I come here to get
been
away
like a week,
from all the sick
maybe?
people.
No.
No escape from work.
No.
We gotta keep
From
you sharp.
work.
What if you're unprepared when someone comes in with a rare disease?
Yeah, are you treating me or something?
I haven't asked you to do a damn thing.
You haven't fucking made my
If you're
life
gonna lament
any
about
better.
being at work, I better be getting pre-prescription drugs.
No, you pay me at work.
No, I don't pay you. Your battle with the insurance companies eventually pays your company that for profit. Right.
He's on his bullshit again.
Yep.
On it. You deserve the infrastructure of the entire federal government behind you, my friend. So, we have gathered here for more of the good stuff. Is there anything we have to talk about before that? Everybody know our character sheets are good and everything.
Should we cast our votes for Speaker of the House now?
I'll do
The
it.
joke is gonna age so quick.
That's half our intros have some sort of that thing that happened
Yeah,
this week.
honestly.
I guess, but some of those I don't know,
Incels.
bigger world events than Kevin McCarthy Failson.
It would be funny if this somehow, like, Franz Ferdinand into, like, a big situation and that became a very ironic statement you just made. I ruined it now by lampshading it, though.
Mm-hmm.
I always do that.
Ruin it?
Yeah.
Wow. So, we are here to play the game. The charisma game with the saves. The D&D. So, I guess we could just play. We could just intro.
Just go right
Just
in.
intro right
Because
now.
I remembered where we were at
I don't know what it
when I
is
was
this
taking a
is.
shower this morning, and then I was like, oh.
Bug rat.
A haunted cat. Meow.
Here, Mr. Buttons
Buttons.
in the distance.
Last, we left a month ago. Jesus Christ. Hey, Darwin. Hey, relax, bro. I'm trying to introduce the show today.
Darwin.
Yeah, okay.
Darwin.
Yeah, you're fucking everything up. No one loves you. All right.
One day he's gonna learn English, and he's gonna be
He's
really
not. He's
sad.
gonna die long before he ever learns English. So, speaking of dying before they learn, the party. The party had been hired by a Mr. Crabblebottom to investigate what he described as the disappearance of his daughter, Belinda, who had married this man named Lord Carmine, and after some months had started to stop really interacting with her father a lot. Worried, he had searched around for someone to be able to help, finding you on a trip to Evan Falls. So, Anomalous Investigations was hired, and you traveled to the north country of the Halvian Vales, north of the city of Larock, and to the sprawling villa estate of Lord Carmine, where you were met with the sort of Bahamian New Age lifestyle, millionaire maybe, vibe of this guy and his
Vampire
weird
vibe.
mansion and his low level of staff, including 2 old people and a lady named Mary, who you are pretty confident is a doll, similar but dissimilar to yourself at the same time. You had discovered many weird and odd things, though never quite taking the plunge and go in full investigative mode. But you did, in fact, find Belinda. She, along with apparently 2 children that she had with Lord Carmine, although the timelines don't quite match up. You don't know where these kids necessarily came from. Off the main estate, on a small townhouse in like a plains sort of valley in the middle of these dark black woods, a fenced-in sort of grounds that you'd only seen the front of the fence. You never saw the back of the fence, so you don't know how much property this is. Acres and acres, but just this little house and these two kids. You left them there. Your job technically done. You stayed in Carmine's estate, rooms being provided for you, very cordial. And you were also sort of secondhand invited to a little soiree that he is throwing this evening. You were free to leave, you were free to stay, you were free to join if you wanted, and you chose to. So, as we begin this session, we had just, along with other guests who had preceded you, who you had mingled with a little bit in the lounge before, you were taken to the lounge area at the front of the foyer of the mansion, where in the fountain a key was put, and the large globe in the center of the fountain, the centerpiece of this art piece fountain, rose up, revealing a spiral staircase downward that you were sort of shown into. First things first, what are you bringing to the party? Are you strapped? Are you bringing your gat? Do you have your iron on your hip? Are you wearing armor? Or are you going to this party?
Nothing's
What's the
different
vibe?
for me.
Nothing's different. You're wearing your backpacks with your gear in it.
We were already wearing like dressier
Yeah, I was
clothes.
just
I know you're wearing dressy clothes. What are you bringing? What are you leaving in your rooms?
Can I?
What are you bringing here? Like, are you trying to smuggle guns into this? You can try if you want.
I like take, because I have daggers that would be in my bag. Could I like basically in the dress I'm wearing strap daggers like to my thighs to hide them? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and I would say make sleight of hand checks.
I think I'm good. I'll leave my gun behind and just wear the suit. No armor.
Just the suit. So,
25.
25.
I'm just bringing a little thing of syringes right in my suit pocket.
Okay.
I'm just bringing myself and Mistress, and I guess Mr. Buttons can be glommed in.
Yep.
So.
Mr. Buttons glommed right in. You said you wanted him like out and about.
I thought about, well,
You can glom him. You can.
was he already out? If so, I'll just have him be a cat, but...
Okay. You can also leave him on just out here if you want. If you don't want to take him in. He's a goo cat. He'll get up to goo antics.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
know.
Are you taking Ricky? Ricky the rat?
I will leave him in the room with the rest of my stuff.
How about Mr. Buttons and Ricky can hang out?
Okay.
Because they're best friends now.
Okay.
So they'll protect each other.
Mr. Buttons.
Tempting fate now.
Mr.
Can I talk to Mr. Buttons? Can I like?
You can certainly try.
I'm going to try.
So you
I
lean
can
down
talk to him
towards.
too.
Okay.
You lean down towards Mr. Buttons, and Mr. Buttons looks up at you with his many eyes and goes,
He only has 2 right now.
Mr. Buttons,
yeah, his head turns, his eyes.
hold on, he's velcroed to
Give
the
him
ball.
a little scritch.
Ricky is my friend.
Are you taking the ball?
No, he was attached.
No, I mean, are you taking the ball with you to the party?
I don't know where I would hide it. Okay, maybe I know where I would hide it. I don't know where Ink would hide
Everybody thought of different holes. Cartoon
prison pocket.
Cartoon.
Yep, cartoon
Cartoon
pocket,
animal pocket.
prison pocket.
One of the pockets.
Couple of them.
You can also ask someone else to hold on to it if you want, or you can just. I mean, you have a satchel. You can take a satchel if you want. I'm just asking.
I feel like it wouldn't match what she's wearing.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you.
I hate myself.
Worth discussing.
I feel like it would look suspicious if she had like a big bag.
Sure.
You know.
Would you want me to put it in like my little? Isabella carries a small purse. Does it fit?
I mean, that's like the size.
It's literally
they're
that's
both,
how big it is.
Yes.
Okay, I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it with the rest of my stuff. Hopefully nothing will happen. I'm gonna hope this is just like a thing. But anyway.
Okay, so you leave it with your stuff along with Ricky.
Yeah,
and...
we'll have these two look after it.
Sure. Do not eat Ricky, please. He'll be your friend, but you cannot eat your friend. You understand, right?
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh, that's good. 24.
Does Mr. Buttons understand?
I don't know.
Okay.
He listens to my orders.
Okay.
Usually.
Okay.
So.
And then it's sort of like.
I'll go to
Like,
Ricky down.
rubs
I'll be
up.
like, if Mr. Buttons tries to eat you, hide. Do not fight him. He will kill you. But you can be his friend. He's fine, probably. I told him I'm sure you will be good friends.
Mr. Buttons, please be nice to Ricky. Give him a little.
Mr. Buttons like pushes his head into your fingers and his head swishes through. And, yeah. So they seem fine. Mr. Buttons is just chilling. Ricky is enjoying a piece of cheese, sort of late.
Imagine if he rides around on Mr. Buttons' back.
A little saddle.
Yeah,
You only need one because he's adhesive. So. Okay. So, nothing else to.
Nope.
Nothing else you want to make sure you have or don't have with you. Okay. So, you all head down into the spiral staircase. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you step down, it is immediately much colder, but not like it's kind of like this, where you're clearly going down in elevation, and the air is just less disturbed by the sun and closer to the ground temperature, and so you start to head down. It's kind of a cramped space, though. Like you start walking down, it's a little claustrophobic as you take a turn and look to your right as you go clockwise down this. Like the person's behind you, their footsteps are like at your head when you go around. Like it's a very tight, sort of awkward squeeze, and definitely when you go down, it feels old. Like the steps just feel like an old cellar, which is odd because this place was built not super long ago, certainly since the moon crash. And in fact, I think you asked specifically, and it was
But
a
it's
couple
built
of
on
years.
top of some older stuff. We found out as well.
Yeah. I guess
On the
you'd also
grounds.
found out several other things. I guess I should go over that as you head down. We'll just go over some things that you guys are thinking about. You had grabbed Perfectus. Also, party favors had been put out. You had taken Perfectus.
Yes, I have a
so
+1 to my
you
strength
have a
right
+1.
now.
This is the first time you've ever taken Perfectus. And yeah, it feels great. You have 3 vials of it, I believe, and you'd also done a blood sample where you centrifuged it, and you had done some calculations to figure out, because you got very, very clean blood from Mary on request, and she didn't seem
It was
to...
surprisingly
It was
clean.
it was surprisingly clean, and it was surprising she brought you blood.
Yeah.
But she didn't seem pleased about it. And so it was very, very clean blood. And also, the blood cleaning aspect of Perfectus is either unintended by your original intent or added after the fact. So you don't quite know. It's very dark in here. And while it feels quite claustrophobic,
Oh no.
there is also every time you encounter a shadow, particularly dark one, and you descend further, and it gets darker, as you can see the natural light below you and above you, kind of in the middle space here, it's like the darkest point of the staircase. And though it feels like the wall is there, it also feels like you could just fall off this staircase and into emptiness. You have dual anxieties, I guess, in that moment. Luckily, it only lasts for a few steps, maybe 10 steps, and so we don't have to roll any anxieties. But I'll tell you that it feels like there's depth to these shadows. And you can hear the voices sort of sizzle in them. It seems even down here, they'll follow you. So, you step. And eventually, who's the first down?
Probably me.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You, okay, let's go back to it. You come down and you hear music. Similar to this.
Chanting?
You better not be a vampire.
Bro.
Coming from in the middle of a table that you see in this stone ground, a large room that you walk into.
Grove stuff.
You see this. You see this cylinder rotating on this brass mechanism with a tube that comes out of it and like a horn, and you see this strange musical device shooting this sound into the room. It's a record player essentially, but with a drum. And you can hear this, and you see standing there some of the guests you had met before. Lorelei, her husband, you assume, Kevin. You see Gerald, the mustachioed larger man. And you also see two other people who were also in the room but didn't talk. And now that you get a better look at as you enter the space, standing very close to the entrance where you came are two, I described them last session as Eastern Hauvian. You can tell because they sort of, they're sort of like a, how do I say it? Like a Eastern Europeanness to their attire and like facial structure. They have broad chins, and you can tell that they're people that live in the cold, and it gets quite cold out east. They go ahead and roll history checks, both of you, and the two of you can do so with. Well, you can do so at disadvantage. You can just roll a history check.
21.
Okay.
That's probably not the greatest.
24.
History.
Okay.
12.
Okay, so the two of you recognize. I mean, you two recognize in this quite gothic space. It looks like the inside of a monastery was converted into a guy's party room. There are stone walls, dark stone walls with braziers on the walls casting light. There's candlesticks around. There's plush rugs and cushions and a table with a runner on it that has like all manner of food and delicacy, in the middle of which is that music box that Lorelei is messing with that makes the stuff come out. She's like cranking it and like looking at different drums on the... but the two people that you notice as you walk past to your left, you both recognize them as vigils. You recognize them as religious people. They wear sort of dark coats. One of whom wears like a hat. Think of it kind of like a pilgrim hat, or like but without the buckle. Very dark clothing and very proper. The two of you know vigils to be from the Ministry of Faith. The only reason you don't know necessarily about it, you guys haven't really seen a lot of them. They're not really in operation. It's kind of an antiquated thing. And as you can imagine, since the moon crash, the Ministry of Faith has lost quite a bit of its pull.
Yeah.
These two people are vigils. They are think of them as remaining traveling cardinals of, if the Catholic Church had dissolved. They, to understand their function, it would be similar to like the Holy Roman Empire. Like the church folded, but in the opposite way, I guess. Like the church folded into the government and started running like state propaganda, essentially. But like, you know, the naturalism, the pushing of the excelling of human limits and stuff like that. The Ministry of Flesh is obviously behind the brunt of that. The Ministry of Faith, at this point, is more like in charge of the messaging of that, if that makes sense. And there's two of them. Clearly, the one with the hat seems to be quite clearly in charge, because the other one seems to stand behind and not really do anything. It seems like younger and a little eager, and like obviously the demeanor is hasn't done anything like this before. But as you enter, all of you walk out into this space. There are places for you to sit. There are places for you to stand and mingle. You see the different guests around here. Carmine is nowhere to be seen. There seems to be three sort of, we'll call them exits or entrances to this chamber, other than the one that you came from, on the sides and in front of you. They are large stone doors that head out into some wider part of this building that you're in, but this is all that is here right now. What would you like to do?
I'm going to walk around this room and just kind of look at sort of the architecture and like anything else that might be about, like,
Okay, yeah.
just examine it closer.
So you walk along the walls. Go ahead and make whatever check you're trying to make on that.
Investigation?
Sure. Yeah, just depends on what you're trying to find. Anybody else?
Is there like seating?
Yeah. There's random seating. There's some like the main table itself. It doesn't seem to have any like structure to it. Like there are chairs kind of around. It seems where people in the past, like other parties and soirees, have moved them. But there's some that are pushed up to the table. There's some that are gathered, and there's some seating areas that aren't chairs necessarily, but they're cushions. In fact, Gerald himself is atop a vast pillow, some kind of Eastern style, sort of like a day bed, I guess, or a big puppy bed. And he eats off a tray of cheeses, fruits, and nuts, and bread that he rests on his gut. He seems to be right there, just enjoying that. There's a cup of wine next to him that he he takes a bite, and before he's done chewing, he washes it down with. So he's sitting there just sort of waiting. Lorelei is messing with the box, and Kevin, her worm husband, is her slug husband, is just dutifully watching, and you can tell sort of annoying her with questions. You don't see Carmine, and the two vigils are just standing there. So as she sort of goes around the room and starts to look at stuff and is very interested.
I'd be looking at the people. Yeah.
Okay, so you just want to stare at the people, or do you want to talk to any of them, or do you want to
kind of that weird little you're trying to listen, but you don't want to listen.
Okay, so you're eavesdropping. You're dropping.
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay, so you're gonna. Okay, so how are you going about? You're either playing it cool or you're trying to join a conversation.
Cool and walk around with her while listening.
Okay, so you're gonna pretend to so you kind of take her arm and sort of do this proper sort of yes, we'll look at the space. So you see them sort of immediately jump into this facade. The two of you are here. There's free food. There are rich people. You know that one guy, we identified him last time as a mark. You also don't see Mary, although she was the one that she turned the key to let you in here. So she's not here right now. It is not that dark in here, but there are shadowy aspects to it because it's natural flame. But it overall doesn't make you that uncomfortable. In fact, it's much nicer than the staircase. So while they're sort of walking around.
Do you want me to roll perception?
I actually want you to roll deception.
Oh, okay.
I rolled my investigation, but it was an 8.
At that.
Okay.
So
I'm going.
This is all happening concurrently, so
I'm
we're
gonna
gonna.
go get a blanket.
Okay.
I'm gonna go take a look at the food, but while I'm also kind of looking at that and stuff, I want to look at the room and see if.
Classic.
Blankets you're sitting on? She wants a bigger one.
That makes sense. I was like, wait, there's one right there.
See if anyone in the room looks. I know you listed, people and
Yeah.
stuff, but is there anyone that looks? If anything were to go down, does anyone look dangerous, or does it all just look like
Okay,
foppish
threat
rich
assessment.
people?
Threat assessment.
Ocular pat down.
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Okay.
And anything you want to do?
Nothing at the moment. I think I'm just gonna grab maybe a couple drinks.
Okay, so you're essentially next to Ink,
Just find
grabbing
some well-lit
drinks
seating.
and refreshments and stuff, and sort of gathering the space.
Like,
And definitely,
sitting
there were
Smart. Keep both sides warm.
adult refreshments offered on a tray last session. Did you take any of the drugs with you?
I grabbed one of the perfectuses.
Okay.
I have it in my inventory.
Okay. There was like pills and all sorts of shit in halfling room, big old bowl of buds.
I don't think I grabbed
Okay.
it.
drugs.
Okay, so you
14, by the way.
14.
Deception.
Deception. Okay. So as the two of you walk around the room, and you start looking at the architecture with an 8, it's old. You don't notice any obvious motif. A lot of it's covered with rugs and carpets and pieces of art, and you can you see in this space there are weird little curio things around the room, on stands and stuff that you didn't at first glance you just see the opulence, and then when you really start to look at it, it's one of the rugs on the wall is old. It's not like a stoner rug. It's an old religious rug that shows with an 8. I mean, I guess there's just a lot of gold threads in it. That sort of meander around in sort of fractal little patterns, I suppose is the best way to put it with an 8. And there's other little things like this. You see a strange box on the food table. As you guys walk up to it, there is this, it's like a square with a pyramid on the top of it, but it's all one contiguous piece. So, or like a cube with a pyramid on the top. And it looks like the pyramid unfolds to reveal something within it, and it's about this big. It has a keyhole on top. The pyramid top is flat, and it has a keyhole on top that looks just like a round keyhole, just purely round. You're dropping eaves. You were grabbing food, and what were you looking for?
Ocular pat down.
Ocular pat down.
It was a
The
16.
threats in the room. Lorelei and Kevin don't seem to be any threats to you. Gerald was probably a threat 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He probably has some basic. He's clearly he's from the Ministry of Order. He has some self-defense capabilities, but he doesn't. No one has weapons. It doesn't see him. Vigil Mill. Vigil Eli and Vigil Mill, who are their names. Eli is the one with the hat. Mill is the younger one. Seem like the most capable if a scrap was to go down. Vigil Eli being definitely the most among them, and he has a cane. Okay. Similar to Isaac's, but it doesn't seem like he needs it. Mm-hmm. It seems more like a facet of his station.
Okay.
It has a little black orb on the top. Not dissimilar to that, but it's not the same.
Sure. Like a symbol of like his.
Yeah, it's not like
okay.
glassy like yours. It's more like a matte sort of
Okay.
like piece of wood. And he just holds it. It's not as long as his. It's sort of like a 2/3 cane, like this big. That's for your ocular pat down. Nobody else is in the room. You over here, Lorelai and Kevin arguing about how the machine works, how the music box works. With him essentially like, darling, do you think that this would work right here? And he's like offering suggestions as you go around the room, and she's like, no, you imbecile. And like you can clearly tell there's some like, not only is there friction there, you don't know that like married is a strange thing for these two people to do together. So you keep going around. Gerald is already a little drunk. You can tell he's been into the wine a little bit before this. Again, is eating the cheese and stuff like that. And as you walk by him, he looks over to you. And you don't overhear him because he just talks at you. And he goes, young man. Come share a drink with an older man, would you? And you can tell he just sort of like starts to move the tray off of him, and he grabs his goblet and like wipes crumbs off his.
Fuck it, yeah.
And he
Let's do it.
gets up, and he starts to walk over to you. Do you want to be engaged in this? He did not say anything about you.
I think that what I'm gonna do is kind of walk around the room eyeing things, but I'm definitely still, like, I'm not like, oh, I'm eavesdropping. It's clear I'm in the room and just hearing conversations as they're near me, just kind of
Sure.
not engaging with it.
It's not a huge room, but it's a pretty decent sized room for you to have space in. Okay. So Gerald walks over to you, and you just sort of like disengage and keep walking.
I'll just let
But
the
you'll
guys
stand
be
there?
guys, you know.
Are you gonna stand there and you know how that happens at like family engagements, or one person's having a conversation, you're just sort of like.
No, that's what I said. I think Isabella's just gonna slowly peel off.
Okay, so it starts that way and
Attention.
doesn't end that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So that happens, and he goes, young man from the Ministry of Flesh, it were.
That's correct.
And he thrusts a red wine goblet into your hands.
Thank you.
And he clinks, and it spills a little bit on your fingers, and he takes a drink of it, and he goes, yes, it's good to be with, well, not just women all the time. Looks over to Lorelai, who has apparently been sort of traveling on this circuit to see other people's presentations. And you're not quite sure really why they're here, but you're getting the vibe that over the course of your conversation and the conversation you had before, he starts sort of like bitching, essentially about this, assuming you are having a similar experience and you're just sort of met on opposite sides of the circuit here. So he starts explaining to you that he and Lorelai for the past few stops have been traveling to different places in the Vales and having conversations with people who, quote, like this Carmine fellow. So he doesn't seem to have like a relationship with Carmine. None of them seem to. And the vibe you're getting is there has been on the east side of the Vales, crops have been failing for years. It's getting worse and worse, and obviously with the failure of magic, it's really hard to mitigate crop failure because they haven't had to rely on crop science ever. It's always been something. Yeah, you always have an option, and so food has become more and more scarce, and he bitches about the reliance upon the elven assistance to get food made for them because they have so much access to moon ships. But like, doesn't that run against what we stand for in this damn place? Like, ooh, we can't use magic, but we can use it to fill our bellies. Like, he doesn't seem to be very for it. And it tastes like shit. And then he grabs some of the stuff off of Carmine's and takes a bite. And he's like, this is real. And he's over next to you guys now as this conversation sort of spills over into your space as you grab your drinks or whatever. And he takes like a whole thing of grapes and he just lifts it up and goes, oh, it's delicious. And he takes a grape and he like puts one in your hand, and he takes a grape, puts one in your hand, and does the same. And you can tell he's sauced, but he is fervent about this. He's like, I spent too many years catching and killing goblins for this. To just have them now fucking get crashed on. And now they use the same shit the damn elves are using to fill our bellies with poison. And Lorelei now speaks up. Gerald, it isn't poison. It's just tasteless. You see, when they craft the food, it used to be clerics could do it. You could ship it, but with the moon ships, of course, you can keep your created food for as long as it stays. This is very good, so we buy it cheap from them, and now as a stopgap, but the well she's not willing to say out loud is the Ministry of Soil can't hack it. Can't do it, doesn't have the scientists in it. And then they start bickering for a little bit about who has the better, like, minds in the era, and, like, he's definitely sure the Ministry of Order absolutely has the answers moving forward. The Ministry of Soil is like, no, we'll solve this, we have the brightest minds in it, we're taking new crop of people from Larock, one of the best schools in the country, Kane's, like, very final, like, group of people that got this big amount of money to get a big, vast education from select families, and, like, there's this whole thing. And they start talking, so you have time to peel off and do whatever you want to do as they start to argue about the economy and, like, politics of their place. They're old.
It's like a family when your uncle's ranting and just like...
Yeah, Vigil, Eli, and Mill don't seem to engage whatsoever in this and keep to themselves off to the corner. And time continues. Is there anything that you want to do? You can continue to talk to these guys, but they're wrapped up in each other right now, so I'm giving you an opportunity.
I feel like I might have made a comment, but if they're not paying any attention. It feels a little snarky, but...
I mean, if you want to engage in the political debates, you can.
I think after the comment about food and whatnot, I think Isabella might chime in. You know, well, if only the Ministry of Flesh could do something about the fact that people need to eat in the first place.
As you say this, you hear steps from behind you, and Lord Carmine has walked into the room. And he goes,
eat if you drink blood.
Oh, what a brilliant idea! Yes! Hello, is everyone having a wonderful time this evening? You see Mary walking behind him with the keys on her hip. And Carmine walks in, shoeless still, but holding a tray of different party favors.
The world's dirtiest feet. He has.
They look clean as fuck. And he walks with his robes. Shoes. He's got his rings on. He looks at you all and is literally like holding a serving tray of these like designer drugs.
Wow.
Like a silver tray. Looks over and he walks in and he hands it without looking to Mary, and he says, "Distribute that." And while he's talking to you, Mary will go around the room and offer people drugs if you want anything.
I'll decline.
I'll decline.
I won't.
What do you want?
Of course. The drug addict
What's
that's getting back
what's
on
the
drugs
best
again.
shit she got?
Depends on how you define best. She has that big bowl of buds. There are moonshots.
We got him off the opium.
There is no
Baby
opium.
steps. Baby steps.
I'll grab a moonshot.
Grab a moonshot? Yeah. She happily helps you load up a moonshot.
This is why I hold the drugs.
And so you get you get a short rest if you want one.
I don't really need it.
You don't need it, but you take it anyway, and the moonshot will do what it does. Go ahead and roll a d20 when you do that.
Waiting for this man to get
Oh,
crusty.
Someone getting crusty.
17.
17.
Close.
You're good. He begins to talk. Yes. We have had many discussions about how to solve the food problem. We have had many discussions about how to solve many other problems as well. Welcome. I'm so happy to have you all at my party tonight. My little get-together, the gathering, the soiree. So, I asked you before, but I ask you again. Any leading theories? And he walks over to that weird box and just grabs it and sort of holds it and takes it over to a little place where he sits down in this, it's sort of like a conversation nook amongst many pillows, and in the center of it is a small like floor table. It'd be something like you'd see in a hookah place, except there's no hookah in the middle. And he takes the box and he sets it down, and then he just sort of leans back and starts talking. If anyone would like to join him, they can. Gerald
yeah.
does
Yeah,
join
I'll
I'm
him.
get
gonna
up and walk over and take a seat.
Lorelei walks over and stands there. Kevin stands just behind her. And she stands there while he sits. The vigils both walk over. Eli stands with the hat. And Mill sits down on one of the cushions. Do you all sit? Okay, so you sit in this round. So, any leading theories? Well, how would you solve the problem? We do have you all here.
As I said, I think the physical advancement of people might be the solution.
Indeed. Well, we could turn to agriculture. Of course. The Ministry of Soil nods over to Lorelei. Minister, what is the Ministry of Soil's current best option? And she sort of stands there and takes a sip of what seems to be like a fluted, bubbly thing. Well, to be quite honest, I don't know that we do have a best option. Seems by this time next year we will have severe problems with hunger. Gerald speaks up. There's no reason to sugarcoat it, darling. We already do have problems, especially in the east. That's true. But they are sure that they've cleared the blight. The winter will frost it out, and we have new fertile grounds west. Hey, it's a way you could go, but isn't that more of the same? Carmine speaks up. Yes, indeed. It does seem to be more of the same. Well, the Ministry of Order, what do you suspect? What is your idea? I say, we've only got a couple options. The worst option that I've heard is rationing. Though it does slow the pace, doesn't solve the problem. I have suggested and suggested that we try to see if we can't get our hands on our own moon chip so we lose reliance upon the elves. An option, but that would take vast mobilization and likely conflict, would it not? Yes, but it wouldn't be the first time we've bashed some goblin heads. Indeed. Well, as only a partial member of the Ministry of Flesh, due to my dual membership, Flesh Ministry, what solutions have you seen, or what do you see any brightness on the horizon for great culture?
Not really. It's not really a flesh thing when it comes to growing food, but you probably could do something with... You might be able to do something with Perfectus. It's possible.
Yes, make people more efficient.
Well, not that.
Needing less. Or providing nutrition within the solution itself?
Correct. If you had the right stuff to it that the body needs, it could probably work.
But where to get those things? You see, we do get that kind of nutrition from the moon-derived substance. But it's... Well, Gerald speaks up. Not enjoyable! Quite. There's a bit to say for our lifestyle as well. Shall we abandon all the things that made the Vales great? I think not. I think we've shown that the Vales can have everything we want. Yes.
Sometimes change requires losing some of that greatness to start out.
Indeed. And that's where the Ministry of Faith comes in. And Eli sort of looks up from his hat, and you can see like this, it's normal-looking guy, a little gaunt, thick eyebrows, sort of striking dark eyes, palish skin, very Vales. Looks up and just sort of cocks an eyebrow. And Carmine says, yes, well, when the gods died, ran out of solutions from that ministry, did we not? And Eli sort of looks up and goes, indeed, the Ministry of Faith had some problems since then. But nonetheless, I feel if we press on, we'll find a way. There's no reason to take other people's resources. We can find a way to fix these things and still live good lives. Maybe with a little bit of less extravagance now and then. Well, the dreams of those who have been forced to lose their faith are small and uninspired, but nonetheless, we have involved you in the process. Well. Well, before I show any of you what we have discovered here and what we are working on, what I have been working on, let's have some fun, why don't we? Drinks, everyone! Let me get you a drink. Please relax. And he gets up and he shushes you all back to stay. And what can I get for all of you? He starts taking your drink orders. Does anybody want a specific drink? He is grabbing himself a concoction of some kind of thing.
Just saying, no, I'm good.
Whiskey, please.
1 whiskey.
Champagne or something similar.
Champagne.
Do you have absinthe?
Absolutely, we do.
Some
And you see him, and he's over there doing that for a little bit. Is there anything you want to do in this little conversation circle while Carmine is in there? Mary is back over next to the entrance where you came in. Not one of the other doors. Good. Okay. Okay. So, Carmine makes the drinks, comes back, hands them out. He has a couple for Lorelei and Kevin. He gives one to Gerald. He offers them to Eli and Mill. Only Mill takes it. And starts to ask you about
Buddy.
yourselves. What is he doing?
Being a fucking weirdo.
Rolling around on the floor. He's gonna bonk his head.
Carmine sits. He goes, well, before we engage in such intellectual sharing, surely the social is important as well. How can we share if we're not friends yet? And so he looks around and looks at Lorelei and Kevin. Says, well, you've been introduced, and Gerald, you've had plenty of introduction, I'm sure. Are uninvited guests. So, let me tell you a story. And looks at Gerald and Lorelei.
Oh God.
We were spending yesterday, Mary and I, working on some finer details of the arrangements for the party, when these four strolled up. And why did you come here again? I'm sorry, I'm very busy and
purely looking for, well, more people who might be interested in our new business.
Yes, that's right. These are kind of investigators. And what do you investigate? What are some things that you have done?
Well, nothing yet that we've officially investigated. Since this is a new...
Officially. And you see Lorelei sort of lean forward and go, darling, what did you mean by officially? And she starts to get a little intrigued.
Oh, well, we started off as delvers and have done some poking around in...
Delvers! I've heard of these people. Yes, rapscallions that dig in the ground, are you not?
Not so much
No
digging.
digging.
The hole is already there. You just go
Yes.
into it.
but we've also had encounters with strange creatures and paranormal activity in the past. So we figure, why not make a business?
Strange creatures and paranormal activity. Monsters.
Yes.
Some, yes.
I as well. Back in the day, many a monster. Not so many in the Vales these days, thanks to, well, my generation, obviously.
It is a different world outside of the Vales, I will say.
It surely is. And that's why you can thank the Ministry of Order and Radigar himself for keeping the goblin scourge out our lands, keeping us safe all these years.
What I know when he says goblins, does he mean like including like all goblinoid people?
Yes. Like the hobgoblins
Okay.
and the... Yeah.
Hobgoblins too. Yeah, not just goblins.
Forgive my ignorance, but is there a particular reason you are so focused on goblins and goblinoid people?
Focused on the goblins.
You've mentioned it several times.
Well, I am a veteran of the old times, of the wars.
Well, if you say old times,
Of
then
the
surely that means that they are in the past and whatever maybe had happened.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it seems to me I am from Even Falls. I know many goblinoid people, and I do
can't- really understand your art.
Oh no.
Gerald, you old fool. What the young lady is describing to you is a desire for a modern lens?
That is a generous way to put it.
Well, you can thank me for being able to have your modern lens.
God damn it.
And he takes a drink. Yes. Gerald here was a veteran of the many skirmishes, and it was a war. The war to the north and west. Post-moon crash, of course, there was many battles, both for territory and for wealth, and well, Gerald is responsible for many years of success on the Northern Front. I was. That's right. Well, so you have gone on devils and monsters, and now you are investigating things.
I hope to.
Such as what?
Well, if anyone has any, I guess, things that can't be explained, or things missing, or...
Plenty of that nowadays. Aye.
And there's enough problems in the Rock as it is, so me and my brother figured, why not start at home?
Vigil Eli sort of just puffs at something underneath his hat. You see like this orange glow, but you hear this like sharp, like fucking Matthew McConaughey. As this conversation goes on, Carmine looks to you all. Yes, the world is quite strange now. Quite strange. The world of science is, in my opinion, helping us wrestle with the strange. It's helping us understand the limits and how to exceed them. The ways of magic are long dying, but you have all been selected, mostly, to be here tonight because I am part of something. You are part of it as well now. By the hand of fate, if you believe in such a thing. Looks over at Eli. By divine... or some other providence, maybe? Or if only by our sheer will and force, looks over to Gerald. Or by necessity. Or a lie. We have abandoned what made humanity great in the first place. Our ingenuity. A crutch. Magic has been. Solve problems with these things. Mary. And he puts his hand out and she starts to walk over. You can see her pulling the keys from her hip as she does so. And she walks over and she hands the blue crystal key that definitely was used to open his office at one point and lock it, is handed to him by her, and he takes it and he slides the box with the pyramid on top of it over, and he sticks the key into the top, and he turns it, and you can see it like sort of sinks down, and then when the lock is clicked open, he pulls up, and as he pulls up, the whole thing folds open, and so the sides of the pyramid fall on four sides, and inside of it is a sphere about the same size as your sphere, but crystalline blue. And he looks into it, and you can see an array of like swirls and smoke and light. A crutch. But ancient and fascinating. This was the first thing I found here. This would lead to a lot more. He doesn't touch it. He moves the sort of box, and it has like a little setting. It's like on a little silk sort of cushion. And he looks into it, and he says, "This is a seeing stone. And it has one function: to see into this place." And he looks around, and it's just the room that you're in. But you notice, the exits. Where are we right now? Does anyone have an idea?
Some sort of
Underground?
religious.
A good start.
Religious ruin.
Very good. Very good. Lorelei sort of nods in your direction. Vigil, Eli, and Will don't seem to move at this information. Maybe they already knew it. Indeed. Indeed this is. Now I know not the name of this place. You see, back in the early days of the Vales, and before that, before the Vales were a thing, before we had lines and countries and we were all just tribes, this place was here. Not the place above, but this place. I discovered it some years ago. And, well, it starts to get a little solemn. Well, I had some help, but... Well, what we found here was this. This crystal. It was in a mausoleum not far from here. A building, maybe you've seen it on the grounds. And clutching it were bones. A skeleton of some time. The door to the front had not been able to be opened for some time. Myself, along with some that helped me, were able to, in fact, get the mausoleum open. But this stone offered us strange sights, hallways, different stone structures, and it was soon that we realized it was showing us what is connected to the mausoleum. A vast catacomb system underneath the ground where the estate is built. And from what I can discern, surely if you've seen the mausoleum, has something to do with the dead god, the Raven Queen. And so, with some research, this nameless place, the Raven Crypt, as we call it, responsible for the last vestiges of a dying god's cult. Some kind of secret society. Have you seen the eyes around?
Eyes?
Carmine, are you on your conspiracies? The eyes aren't real, darling. Ah, but they are. Look. And you look in. Do you look into the crystal ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you look into the crystal ball, you do in fact see. Kind of like, when you have to focus on those eye puzzles that you can't do.
Yeah.
I finally did them. I figured it out.
2 seconds. Took 2 seconds.
I
literally with maybe 36 hours ago, you said I've never been able to do it.
I know, but then
And
I tried again.
described to you how to
You
do
know
it.
what it was?
Wow.
You should be excited
Thought
for
of
me.
Batista
Damn it.
daughter.
Batista, there it is. You do see what feels like eyes. But they're not like looking at you.
In
They're
the-
static.
In the ball? Just like a set of eyes?
Not like flesh eyes, like
Like it feels like eyes.
like think peaceful Sauron, but two of them, two peaceful, like sort of white shapes of eyes. They like the more you look at it, the more
It seems to focus, or?
it seems to look like eyes,
Ah.
but it's not like human eyes. They don't have irises or pupils, or just gives you eye vibes when you look at it. It's very
Fight or
strange.
flight.
Yeah, there's sort of a lizard brain to it. It's sort of like that. Yeah, like eyes in a bush. Like, is there a predator in the bush over there? But it doesn't give you the predator vibes. It gives you just like a painting, but just the eyes. Very odd. Well, what I discovered is that it allowed me to see in places that I wasn't at. And he touches it, and his eyes disappear. Like his eyes are gone, but his eyelids are still acting like his eyes are there.
Yeah.
But you can't see nothing.
Not
Like
they're-
Whites
bloody,
of
not like
his
they got
eyes.
sucked out.
But you
Oh,
can
it's
be
like the
solid.
whites
Like,
of his
like
eyes.
just his eyes went invisible
Okay.
Oh, just not.
as he
great.
touches the orb.
Wow.
And then he looks around at something. You can see that it looks like his eyes are turning and looking, almost like a REM sleep. And then he lets go of it.
What are you seeing?
I'm seeing this place. You see, there are vast catacombs under here. I have not been able to explore, I guess, every inch, for some of it is blocked, and it's not necessarily the safest place to be. But, like I said, I've had some help. After we found this, and he closes it back up. After we found this, I spent a lot of time. It became a hobby. Years go by, learn a bit more here and there. And then eventually, a group of us go into the catacombs. Now, when I say we went into the catacombs, know this, we went with the understanding, the foresight of what we could see with this orb. The catacombs are not empty, my friends. The cultists kept things here. And so we ventured into the catacombs, eventually finding these. He holds up the keys. One by one, we found these keys upon the old desiccated corpses of what I assume were the cultists of this place, trying desperately to keep it locked. Well, I won't go into the boring details, but I will say this. Within this place, we unlocked secrets. The secrets of our survival. Yes.
What secrets?
Have you heard any rumors of this place?
No.
No?
Yes, you have. Yes, says Lorelei. Rumors of Mr. Kane and a visit he had here.
Oh.
Ah, yes. Atticus, my friend. A colleague of mine. You all mourned his loss, I'm sure. His legacy lives on. In the perfectus that you have been enjoying, in the excesses of the city of Laroque, in the beautiful sciences that we have created, but you see, the rumor that he was rushed here is true. He did, in fact. He did, in fact, need saving. Sort of looks down, disappointed. Lorelei goes, "So you saw him?" And you see Gerald sort of leaning forward. Even the vigils are like,
Yeah.
looking. I did. What was it? Well, I must be honest, the research that we were on I can't describe it to you. It won't do it justice.
Can you show us?
I could show you, yes. But it comes with a cost. What I am proposing is this. We have. We have an answer to the question. How will we survive? We have. We've saved the world. And you are the first. Well, one of the first. Some of them. Understand this. If you wish to see the answer to this question, you may stay. If the reaches of knowledge are tantalizing enough to risk it all for, then stay. If you do not wish to wager your very existence, your very life, I say leave now. Does anyone wish to leave? You see Kevin sort of whisper into Lorelei's ear. She goes, "Shut up."
What's the vibe check of the rest of the room? Is everyone else just like, I'm in?
Roll an insight check.
Can I do one too?
Sure.
I'm 2 in already. That I don't even care what other people
so
think.
also insight on you. I mean, I'm gonna see what you guys are also.
21?
Okay.
It's very probably obvious to all of you.
Insight.
What your vibe?
Yes.
11.
11. With a 21. Are you focusing on any particular person?
Yeah. Him.
Okay, so with a 21, what vibe is what would you describe is what you would pick up off of
Calm.
calm?
What's his posture?
Like nervingly calm. Because like what he just proposed is something fucking crazy.
Okay.
But I'm just like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll
Like
kind of
confidently calm.
I'll just kind of try and remain
Okay.
like, okay, he seems okay with whatever this is, so
Doesn't mean y'all should.
I mean, this is your thing. I don't know anything about
Nope.
it.
Well. Tonight, if you stay here, can only end in one of two ways. A harrowing, ravaging, breathtaking end. Or you'll find an ecstasy so profound, other vices will fall trivial, and intimacy with the fibers of creation we weren't meant to touch. Mary walks out. And he makes eye contact with her. And he looks at you four. And he looks at the others. All right. Mary, if you would provide the tinctures for everyone. And you see her sort of like stirring. And she hands each of you a glass. But not like a drinking glass, like a science beaker, almost like
A flask.
mix. Not like a flute, but it's like a wide base, short. She's mixed like a tonic in there, and it glows softly with this like greenish color. And she hands it to each of you, and then she mixes others for the others and hands them out. And yeah, it has this cloudy greenish. It's almost like if Mountain Dew was a powder mix. So it had that sort of siltiness, medicinal. And he says,
Everyone keeps giving us stuff to put in our bodies.
remember, this can only go one of two ways. And he gets up, and he walks over towards Mary, toward the spiral staircase that led here. And he stands at the back. And he says, I would suggest finding a comfortable place to be. And you see Gerald just stay exactly where he is. Lorelei and Kevin move off to the side somewhere. The vigils stay next to each other and are having like a conversation where it seems like Eli... The vibe is that Eli doesn't want Vigil Mill to drink it, but Mill wants to. And they're having sort of a like it's slightly tense and it's sort of like through clenched teeth. What do you want to do? You look down into it as the scientist. Is there anything you guys want to do as you look down into your glasses?
Can I pretend to sniff it, but it's really Mistress sniffing it to see if it's like
to sniff it with normal human nose also.
Okay, so you can smell it. It smells acrid. It smells almost like vinegar, where it's it stings your nostrils a little bit. It's gonna clear you out if you swallow it. You're smelling it with Mistress. Go ahead and make a perception check.
I'm doing one of these things like, as a scientist.
Go ahead and make a medicine check. And as you see that, you see the others in one by one. You see Gerald very quickly down it and then sort of like chase it with a whiskey. You see Lorelei sip it down. You see Kevin, as soon as he sees Lorelei do it, goes and does it.
what was the perception?
Eli sort of gives up on the conversation, sort of drops his shoulders, and you can see sort of is like, "Are you sure?" And Vigil Mill says yes and nods. You see there's like this, like it's almost like duty bound, like I have to do this for my country sort of thing, and it's takes it and sort of sets it down, and they all sort of sit there for a second.
You said perception, right?
Perception check, yeah.
14.
Okay. It smells very vinegary, but she says that it smells familiar. What's your medicine check?
10.
A 10. Yeah, wow, this is you look at it like there, you see many medicinal compounds. Are you drinking it? You're just waiting. You're doing it right now.
Oh wait.
Okay. Are you drinking it?
Yeah, I'm going to find like the brightest seat in the room,
Uh-huh.
and then I'll just post up there and Drink it.
You are gonna drink
Oh shit.
Whatever happens, just let it happen. Don't fight it. It will probably be worse.
it. Okay.
I've been on a trip before.
It's for the other people.
So you, you drink it, and then you are looking at it as you see several people drink it, including Soren. You see Inca sort of like looking at you,
Yeah, I kind
looking
of.
back at it, and you see like Isabella doing this, and like thinking, and like you're having a conversation
In my
with her
head.
in your head,
Yeah.
and she's like, it smells like there's a familiar, like specifically like the like tang to it. It's like, I know that from somewhere. And with a 10 medicine check, as this goes on, there is, it's probably 80% similar to what's in your syringe. At which point you start seeing Gerald go. Oh. And
Have
then
fun.
as you look around, you are gonna drink it.
I'll give it a second.
Okay.
And see how the other people
Okay.
react.
Yeah.
'Cause
Oh boy.
As that happens, you hear behind you footsteps as Carmine ascends the stairs.
Just leaving us here?
As you see
Fight Club.
Oh boy.
Carmine, are you? And he starts to throw up a little bit,
Oh,
and you see
boy.
his face sort of like, and he holds his face, and then you see Lorelei sort of like, and she starts to twist like this, and you see Kevin like
Oh,
do this.
good.
You
Oh.
see Vigil Will start to just go, and he just stands there and does that. It's like really unsettling. And so you all have a moment.
I'm gonna hold off.
You take the glass, you just sort of like set it down, and then you see Soren sitting there. Not
Fine.
really. You
I'm
look over to
curious.
Soren.
He's chill?
What?
Okay. You take a drink.
Are you surprised?
You
Are you
take
surprised?
you take a drink, and you feel like a similar process taking on. Doctor. This one's different. Yeah! And at that time, you see the following.
Oh god.
Lorelei. Her skeleton rips out of her skin and stands there, and her skin wobbles behind her. You see Kevin crumple onto the ground, and his like clothes spill out, and you see him like under the table where all the food and stuff was. And you see him like, and you hear this like splat, and then you see Gerald go like this, and then when he lets his hands go, his skull and his skin has split, and there's a beak, and then he goes, and he rips out of his stuff. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Damn it.
What
Because
the fuck?
we are absolutely
Oh no.
in the shit now. Let me get everybody on the old battle camera in a
love this.
second.
Oh boy. What the fuck is going
I
on?
don't know, but I love it.
I should brought my guy.
Oh,
we
I
were
should have
getting
cast
Cronenberg
Major
tonight.
Armor on myself way earlier.
Oh, Cronin right up.
Yes, sir.
Cronin and Berged.
Oh.
We got
Okay.
both Cronenberg
This
tonight.
is not full yet.
Titanic.
Let me
force
give
into the
you
Cronenberg.
the battle cam.
I'm curious.
Combat.
Why'd this guy make super perfect this? But
So
it rips
you
people's skeletons
are-
out? What the fuck?
You just made a formula worse than mine.
Where does
Okay.
everybody want to be? You can set
Tends to
your
happen a lot.
own
None of them are as
things.
good as you.
You can set your own
Yeah,
things.
no,
around.
that's the vibe here. No one's as
You
good
were
as me.
sitting down. Gerald is right here on this. Lorelei, the vigils are over here.
I probably would have been in
Yeah, I
this
would have
corner.
been.
Where would the lighting have been? Right now?
Lighting is everywhere.
Just
It's
kind of equal.
except for like the sides of the room, like the corners. Except for the corners, I'd say. So wherever you want to be.
I definitely would have been chilling in the corner
Probably
away from others.
be, like, towards the middle, away from the walls.
Sure. So you got that going on, and here's what you see.
Oh God.
So what you see is, Lorelei, her skin split off from her bones. So this is skin, and this is her bones. She doesn't have a sword. It's just a skeleton. She goes.
Two monsters.
You see on the ground next to her, where Kevin was, is a worm. A giant worm about the size of a man, the mass of a man. And then where Gerald was, you see that big beak
Whoa,
creature.
God.
Yeah. And yeah. Mary is still in here. I guess I didn't have a Mary mini. We'll just give her this one right here. And she's just standing
Chill.
next to the door, like back here. She's just standing there. So, I need everybody's initiative. Do we have 25 to 20?
Nope.
20 to 15.
17.
16 and 17. Okay.
Warlocks.
Okay.
I got the mobile feet, by the
Oh,
way.
hell yeah.
So.
Isabella.
Does that let you move like the ring girl now?
I have 40 feet of movement.
Soren. What are your initiatives?
10. 6.
10 and 6.
Rogue.
Yeah, I rolled
my
a 2
God.
on
Hank's
the
terrified
dice.
right now. It's fine. It's understandable.
Should have done the drugs.
What? Maybe I'd be a horrifying thing right now, too.
Oh, maybe we'd be on
I
equal
mean,
footing.
he's fine.
No.
I'm mostly fine. This is 80% of what I usually have.
This isn't the first time you've all...
Okay.
What if
So-
my skin came off? I don't want my skin to come off.
Then we would have two inks to fight with.
First up is Gerald, who goes, and he is just this big, it looks like a hungry, rutting ape with the face and gobbler of a turkey.
Oh, I don't like it.
Just a monstrosity. And he is going to, he is going to immediately run over towards Ink. And he's just going to try to slash at you and bite you. So the first attack is a slam attack, 20 to hit. Where you take 6 bludgeoning damage as one hand batters you, and then is going to try to bite with his beak. 10 to hit.
Misses?
Which misses as comes in like this. And you guys do have your AC without your armor, right? Okay. Tries to bite down you as he's trying to bite with his beak at you. That is his turn. It is Isabella's turn, then Soren's turn. Now, I want you to remember, she has keys. There are doors here, here, and here. And in them, there are blue circle keyholes. So, Isabella, you're up.
On my first turn, I'm gonna have to spend the whole turn casting mage armor on myself.
Okay. So you cast mage armor.
Yeah, I have my goop. Fuck, dude. I don't have any bonus actions, I don't think. Oh, I do have one. We are going to put a hunter's mark on the big beak Gerald
Hunter's
with
mark.
my bonus action.
Randy, you want a hunter's mark?
Oh, yeah.
Me, Pops. Appreciate you. The hunter's mark or hunter mark Gerald on there as you reach out and cast your hunter's mark on him. Okay. Anything else? That's your brony action. Do you want movement? You're staying right there.
5, 15, 20. I could definitely get there. Yeah, I want to run all the way around the table between and get myself right in Gerald's face. I have 40 feet, so I can go all the way.
Yeah. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Not this way, this way. I'm
This way?
avoiding the
This way?
Yeah,
Okay, so 5, 10,
Basically
15,
next
20,
to
20, 30, 30, 40. There?
and being it, in his face and shit.
Yeah, I mean, you're in melee right there.
Yeah.
That's 40 feet. Okay.
That's it.
All right, so you
So yeah, I just get all my goop on me and my claw out, and I skitter across the room.
skitter across the room. Okay, Soren, you are
I
up.
just sprint across the room.
Yeah, I am going to also armor up.
Okay.
So I'm going to draw the shadows in the ring around myself to create my armor of Agathos.
Shadows around you that you draw in from the walls. And I'll say, in this moment, as you draw the shadows around, you feel in the corner your friend, your companion.
Which corner?
Just sitting there in the corner when you
Which-
draw your
where is
shadows
he?
in, gets excited. Just sit up in the corner, like
Back to the corner by me. Okay. So I'm gonna do that, and then
in the depth of the
What a freak.
well beyond the borders of reality, just right here, kind of.
and then with my bonus action,
Uh-huh.
I'm just gonna reach a hand out towards Gerald,
Uh-huh.
and then there's a brief pause before he feels like an impact of force, like a linebacker hitting him, as I try to do a telekinetic shove.
Okay, is it strength save?
I believe so.
Or is it attack?
Strength save.
Strength save. Okay. 20.
He succeeds, so he's not pushed.
Okay. So he's not pushed. Anything else? Any movement?
I'm just gonna move those 5 feet away from him.
Okay. At that, Lorelei's turn. She splits into 2 directions. Her skin's gonna go one way, over towards
God.
Isabella, and her bones are, and you see her guts fall out just onto the floor. Her skeleton leaves her guts behind. Her skin leaves the skeleton behind.
This is the second time now we've, well, not us, but we have encountered just skin on its own, so that's fun.
Yeah, there you go. So first up is the boneless that is going to try to hit you. I have a stat block somewhere.
Boneless humans or bone-in humans? What do you
Boneless.
prefer?
I like them boneless.
There's a
'cause they're
bone
not
in.
crunchy.
There was a bone in human 1 second ago. It's no longer that. Okay.
Deboned human.
Deboned humans.
Absolutely deboned. Okay, so the boneless is going to make an attack at you, Isabella. First attack is an 18 to hit.
Yes.
Okay, so it just slaps at you with its flappy skin arms. It goes like, and it just tries to blap you, and it blaps you for 7 bludgeoning damage as it
Owie.
slaps around, and then the other side is gonna go and try to hit you as well. But a 7 to hit,
Miss.
so it misses. As you can feel it trying to wrap itself around you and crush you, trying to cover you in it.
Yeah, this is, again.
The
happened
skeleton
before.
doesn't have a sword or armor or anything like that, but is going to come over towards Isaac and try to slam you as her skeleton goes out and tries to blab you with a natural 19 on the dice. It absolutely
Sheesh.
hits. You take 4 bludgeoning damage as it just goes and beats you in the head.
Imagine just getting bludgeoned to death by a skeleton.
Or, I'm sorry, 3 bludgeoning damage.
That sounds not ideal.
3
Getting
bludgeoning
slapped to
damage
death by a skin monster's worse. It's grosser.
as you get blapped by the
True.
skeleton.
Impotent
You
plops.
get all those
on your face,
juices
yeah.
from the skin suit?
Yeah.
I don't have
And
juices
it,
in the skeleton.
you could see
Skeletons are
the skeleton it blaps you, but it's trying to like grab you and like. She's gonna try to bite you. Okay, so
That's the
is
scary part.
that is Lorelei's turn. Isaac, it's your turn.
Did this stuff make you Hulk out?
Yeah. Is it still taking effect, or is it affected?
It is. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
drank
you drank
it.
it.
You drank those stuff.
He drank it. Soren, I will say also on your turn, what you notice when you drink it is you can feel it like gurgling in your stomach. Like on this turn. It's really not nice.
Tummy hurts.
This is the
Isaac,
second time you've eaten something weird someone's given us. Some
Yeah.
crazy man gave you a thing.
One of these times it'll work out.
Hey, who knows? Maybe this is the time. We haven't seen what happens yet.
Let him take all the weird substances. Apparently his body's fine with it.
Isaac, you are feeling a familiar sensation course through your body right now. But it is not designed for your body the way that your current formula is, the one in your syringe. You have 2 options. Ride it out and see what happens, or pump yourself with your own stuff
With it!
to stop it from happening, to override it.
Oh, God.
Otherwise, you have your turn to yourself, but you are starting to feel like your lizard brain, starting to go, yeah, and you're almost like hearing just his roar creep up behind you. Like, this is not going to let you have full control.
Yeah.
It's your choice.
Fuck it, let's go.
As you turn into your version of yourself, keeping the lizard brain at bay, not allowing it to take control. There is so with a bonus action into your heart, there's a damn skeleton in front of you, and you don't have your cleaver with you. You didn't bring
I
your
didn't bring
briefcase
it.
down, so you just have your fist. You
Yeah. It's a skeleton. It's not very.
it's a skeleton.
I'm just. Can I like pick it up and
Of
just?
course you can try to pick it up.
Throw
You
it into
grab
the wall.
it, and you just whoosh. So go ahead and make me an attack to grab
I love
it.
how much you just toss shit around like
Yeah.
this.
With my strength, it'd be 16.
16
Let's
hits
go.
the skeleton. You grab it, and you whoosh, chuck it. You chuck it into this wall
Yeah.
here. You just smash it in the wall. Go ahead and roll normal bludgeoning damage plus another d6 for the bludgeoning damage on the. It's essentially fall damage.
Okay.
And then double it because it's a skeleton. It crits.
Yeah.
Bludgeoning damage
So-
hurts.
So 2d6s. Then.
So 2d6 total. Add your strength modifier. Double the dice. You take it and just blast it.
Does
in
the skin take slashing damage?
12.
12 total. With that's double dice.
Roll a 1 and a 3.
Oh, rough.
Oofers.
Oofers.
But now I take half damage, motherfuckers.
12 total. You blast it, and several of the bones clatter, and it still goes. It's still alive, but that's. Do you have another attack?
Me. Not till
Use your
level 5,
Boniac
so-
already, yeah.
Yeah.
Got any movement?
I'm just gonna position myself right here.
Okay. You do so right there in that square. Okay. And that's the end of your turn?
Yes, sir.
It is Kevin the Worm's turn. Kevin the Worm. Kevin does not like you near him. He is going to. He's not using his action to disengage. He's just like slithering under the table and coming over here. Do you want to use your reaction to attack him? Okay. He slithers. He's still slithering. Do you want to use your reaction to attack him?
He just dips. He's like,
No, I'm just gonna see where this goes.
Okay. He's dashing over to the door, and he's currently trying to figure out how to get through the door. So that's Kevin the Worm. Ink, you're up.
Okay. The daggers that I have hidden on me, is that like free action?
It's
bonus
a normal
action?
thing to take them out.
Okay.
So
I'll
you
take 'em out.
go into your skirt.
I want
and
to
go,
do that move. I want to do the movie thing where you like.
Yeah. So you go. And you have daggers. What do you want to do? There is Gerald in front of you. You see Mary to the right of you. She has the keys.
I'm gonna disengage with my bonus action and go to Mary.
Okay.
Is she? By the way, is she like just watching?
She currently is just standing there and looking and observing.
I'm gonna talk to her.
Okay.
Mary, could I pretty please have all the keys? We're kind of in an emergency situation and it would be great. As a guest, I think you have to give me what I ask for.
I'm not allowed. Okay, so that's
Holy shit.
that's your action. Bonus action. Do you want to use any of your movement? You did disengage. You don't have to stay there.
This.
Let me face tank the monster.
I only have daggers, so I guess I can throw them, but I'm just gonna move kind of into this corner, I guess.
Okay.
I can throw a dagger.
So you back up.
Thank you.
You back up. It is Mary's turn. And she stands there. And
Piss in the middle of the fight.
she looks. And she says, "Do not worry, you are all part of a grand experiment. Your sacrifices will help the Vales."
Sacrifice.
And she stands
This is
there.
just the old
This
beach.
sounds like a recording.
This is normal for me.
This is the old beach, you guys.
The beach that
We're-
makes you old?
Yeah.
The beach that
God,
makes you
please.
We watched it after you
Holy
left.
fuck, dude.
It is
Glad you
now.
weren't there.
It is
They were all
now
a medical experiment
Gerald's turn.
on a beach that makes them old really fast.
It is now Gerald's turn, and he looks over toward Mary, and he's gonna reach out with his hand and try to grab her. And he does. He grabs
Oh, fuck.
Mary, and then he's gonna use Mary to hit you
Oh,
as he
God.
just grabs Mary and swings it at you. Natural 18.
Ooh.
You don't take that much bludgeoning damage. You take 6 bludgeoning damage. But I need you to make me a strength saving throw as she is used like a damn weapon. 9.
9, so... Yeah, actually that's an 8.
8. Okay.
Oh, God.
You hit this, and you
How-
flip over it, and you
how
fall
much?
prone, and you take another.
How much was the first one?
You take another 2 points of bludgeoning damage, so 6 total, 8 total bludgeoning damage, and you're prone as you're flipped over.
So 8.
8 total, yep. Grabs you and is going to run over here.
What the fuck is going on?
He grabbed Mary, so Mary is in his clutches. I'm just gonna keep the mini for a second. Grabbed it, and then you hear out of the monster's voice while holding Mary, like,
Open the door.
sort of, yeah. And is like pushing her up against the door.
She's just gonna be like, I'm not allowed to.
We'll see what happens.
You're gonna kill Mary too?
Isabella, it is your turn.
I'm going to stand up.
Goober, you're so cute.
Hold on, where is
Okay,
my
so half your movement.
thing?
It's 20 feet, right? Because you got 40 feet total now?
Yes.
God, that's crazy. It's a crazy feat for you to take.
The faster you get, the more.
I'm trying to
resistance
remember
you have.
because the way that we redid symbiote stuff.
Yeah, you have it printed, right?
I have my
Always
wrath
have the best
thing, right?
Always have
To
the one.
transform.
I said, dude, really thought
Yeah.
you had something to say.
So that is a bonus
Mine's just
action.
better.
Uh-huh.
So we're gonna. I don't remember. Do I get to attack whenever I use it on the same
No.
turn? Okay, so I transform.
It's like a barbarian.
The super
Okay.
soldier serum.
Yeah, I'm
like
the cause of
Sorry, I
that.
have
now,
Baby! Baby boy!
Why is it not on here?
Wow, dude.
I'm a little confused because
Wow,
we
dude.
don't have it on the printout. Anyway,
Don't
yeah.
have what on the printout?
So I'm gonna use.
Let me see. What do you need on the printout? It's a natural weapon attack.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna do natural predator. I'm gonna do an attack with my action.
Okay. So you have you see Mistress sort of bulk up a little bit and become like longer claws and worse and scarier. And your claw comes out. Where are you going to attack?
Up to the thing that I have Hunter's Mark. Gerald fucking.
Oh, you're going to Gerald.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck you. He just fucking bashed me, dude.
He did bash the shit out of you. So you go up to Gerald.
Bash you with someone
Yeah, we're
else.
gonna just try to sink our claws right into him. Oh wait, that's not the right fucking dice.
Okay.
I grabbed a D10 on a 20. Oh no. 10 to hit?
Soren's on deck. 10 to hit, misses as you slash through, and you get into meat, but it doesn't seem to affect him.
God damn it.
You got into his monster meats.
That was my bonus action, my action. That's it. I'm gonna stay right here.
All right, that's Isabel's turn. Soren, you are up next, followed by Lorelei.
I'm not engaged with Gerald.
You are not currently engaged with Gerald.
Okay, I'm just gonna slowly make my way back over that table.
Back this way?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go behind it, you just try to get up onto it and
I'll just slide over
go
it.
across, okay?
Yep, that's good. Perfect.
Okay. So you go over, you sort of climb over. You have plenty of movement for that. I'm not going to make you roll.
And then... Hi. I guess I'm just gonna try and do some psychokinesis to Gerald.
Okay. How do you want to do it?
I think I'm just gonna try and like crash into him with blunt force again this time.
Okay.
So this is just a spell attack.
Sure.
14.
14 misses. Just misses as you try to push him with telekinesis, but he's bigger. His mass has increased quite a bit. You're gonna have to put more oomph into it.
Okay.
That was your Boniac?
That was my action.
Here's your action, okay. I thought you were gonna get up to pee again.
I've actually been doing better today. The other day was ridiculous. I peed like 24 times while I was here last time. It's nuts.
I think I'm good.
Okay. All right. Next up is Lorelei. Her skin flops over to Soren and is going to try to make 2 slappy attacks at you. The first one misses. The second one misses, does it? It doesn't seem to be able to make any contact with you. The skeleton is going with, it's broken and battered. It's just going to go and try to attack you. Isaac, with a natural 1. Confirmed. Go. Do you want to make a reaction attack on it and bash it?
Yeah, what I was gonna do was grab it by the leg and slam it over into the table.
Sure. Go ahead and make an attack.
7 plus 6, so 13.
13. It goes, and it just you break it on the table, and the bones, and a bunch of the stuff splatters everywhere. We'll leave the bones up there for now.
The bone.
The skin is unaffected by
The
this.
skin is unaffected by this.
Maybe
Well,
I'm gonna
leads
put
to a
all the
lot of
bones
questions.
back in the skin.
She had a split personality?
Who
Says
knows?
something about
so
everyone.
that's your reaction.
Zack Snyder's
Um,
Two-Face.
That's Lorelei's turn. Isaac, it is now your full turn.
Okay.
It's very on the nose.
Being assaulted. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go over with Big Boy Gerald over there.
Okay. So you go over there.
Yeah.
5, 10. So right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just gonna hit him.
Just hit him as you start to clobber him. Just a punch.
Let's
Yeah.
go. Twins assault.
22.
22 will hit. It's the first time Gerald's been hit.
Slashing.
I've been trying.
I know.
Oh wait, no.
He tried too, missed.
It's this one. 7 plus 6, 13 slashing damage.
13. Sheesh. 13 slashing damage. Okay. Take every bit of that as you slash through. Darn, terrible spot. Anything else for your turn?
That's it for now.
Okay, you got a Boniac.
Yeah, not shit to do though. So.
You can use an offhand.
Oh yeah, I forget. I always forget that I can do that.
What
Yeah,
about?
yeah. 20.
20 will hit. What?
He's so cute.
He is a little handsome lad.
Oh fuck. 10 damage.
10 more damage.
Looking up at
Sheesh.
Jake like, oh, I love you.
Okay, so that's Isaac's turn, putting on big damage on Gerald.
Boom.
Boom. Slashing in. Kevin is going to use his worm body to slide through the keyhole and escape.
Oh no!
Smart.
So he leaves out here.
Kevin started his.
So Kevin is out there.
living his authentic life.
Yep,
as
his worm
himself
life.
Now.
Ink, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna go up and dagger attack skin thing.
Okay.
I swear to God, if you hit me.
I'm gonna expect it to find organs, but it's gonna go through the skin
just-
somehow.
If this is a 1,
Ooh,
that's your fault. You jinxed it. You put it out into the universe.
That's,
Okay.
That's fair. That's 50% blame.
I'll say when that happens. Fuck, he did have it. Okay. When that happens, Kevin squeezes through and out the back of his worm butt, a little blue orb.
He tried to take the seeing stone.
He swallowed it
What the
on his. It fell off the table and he swallowed it on the way through, and you could see the
He's
boxes
a snake.
broken on the ground.
Oh my god.
But he couldn't squeeze through with it, so it's just on the ground over there. I'll give you guys a little.
What the fuck?
Randy can't see it there.
Oh.
It's hilarious.
In fact, I mean, I can. If this will help, I can give you guys a little bit more view. These are just doors anyway, but can't go through them unless you have keys or can squeeze through like a worm. So that's Kevin's turn. Ink's turn.
I did a attack 20
On
dagger
the
on
boneless
skin.
one, you get advantage on this.
Oh.
You're flanking.
The first one was better, so 20.
20 will hit.
It's the second one and that one.
We're gonna be locked in a crazy man.
It's a sneak attack.
Sounds fun.
Although he did leave us the keys.
15 slashing damage.
15 slashing damage on the boneless one.
And I'm gonna disengage and head towards the seeing stone.
Okay.
15, 20, 25. Is that, can I get
30,
there?
yeah, right in front of it. And you pick it up,
Yes, please.
and you have that, and as you grab it and pick it up, you're blind. And
You don't have to activate it, just
nope,
touch it.
as soon as you touch it, and as
I like
you
how
do,
she went for the tchotchke immediately.
you touch it, and when you do, you grab it, and you can see a hallway and a worm person on the ground, and you get the innate sense that you can move. It's essentially a scrying, but just for down here.
Interesting. Is this something I can like? Oh my god.
Well, you're holding it blind right now, so you don't know.
Does my dress have pockets?
No.
No.
What if I roll a nat 20? Can my dress have pockets?
No.
Damn
But you hold it and you're blind because you have any actions, bonus actions, or free actions to not be blind. So
Fuck.
that's what's happening. It is Mary's turn. Who does say, "I am not allowed to do so" to Gerald. And
This poor girl.
at which point Gerald turns around and looks at you and you attacking him, and is going to, with a natural 19, grabs you,
No, don't
and you're seeing
slam
the same
again. No.
and is gonna throw you
Oh,
Oh,
as far as he can.
it's a big lizard?
He turns. He's a bigger guy. He
God, he's so
turns.
strong, though.
He turns and grabs you, And this is the first time you've been truly overpowered. It
Yeah.
just goes, oh shit, and throws, fuck shit, balls, and throws you. I forgot that wasn't in my thing. And throws you,
Holy shit!
and you crash into this, and the door crumbles in, and you take. Oops.
Shit.
Not that bad.
You take.
It's not that bad.
You take 13 bludgeoning damage.
Halved
Halved to 6. Oh fuck!
And I still have my 10 hit points from the other day.
Okay,
so it's so
okay.
good. Like
the base. I just broke her feet right off it.
Oh.
Because I was trying to not make her juicy.
Yeah.
I spilled my juice.
She'll be good.
Oh god.
Should be fine. I have
Is it sugar free at least?
sugar-free.
Oh, then yeah.
it's not a big deal. It's just wet.
It's coming through the. There you go.
I got it. I just needed one moment.
You got a little too
moment.
excited.
Got way too excited
Spilled the juice.
to narrate. I spilled my juice.
We've been edging this for like a month.
True.
And you guys are finally figuring out what Carmine's got going.
Not vampire
This
shit.
This doesn't
but-
rule out vampire
He's
shit.
just trying to be mean. It's
What did
fine.
he turn into?
He didn't turn
Carmine?
into anything.
He bailed the
No,
fuck
but
out.
I mean, like, did he go through this
Absolutely
process
not.
at one point?
That's how he became a
Too
Dracula.
much of a coward to test it on.
I don't know. He definitely lost people to this shit.
Who knows?
But that means someone came out the other end. His kids.
I was gonna say, did he do this to his kids? Is that why they're
Is that
super
why they
fast
run
now?
freakish?
So,
Maybe.
Just fucking asshole.
I'm gonna become a ghost boy.
that's Gerald. Gerald's first attack is throwing you away from him. The next one is going to try to throw you away from him to get you away. Let's see if he hits. He does it natural too, so he misses you as he tries to sweep through, and you duck out of the way all weird. You crack backwards and then back forward or whatever your doll goo combo does. And then he's going to take Mary's hand and rip the keys out and like drop her next to you, like right down here. But he doesn't have any more actions to do anything. So that's Gerald's turn. Isabella, Soren, in that order.
Fuck. Well, we're basically raging, so. Yeah, we gotta just keep trying to go for the kill here and, like, distract, waste Gerald's time.
Gerald.
Motherfucker. If I could actually hit anything, that was a 9.
Well, you haven't played D&D for a month, so you have to have bad rolls. A 9 does not, in fact, hit Gerald, the ape turkey.
Do I get, offhand attack?
Yeah. Yeah, you do. It's natural. You have natural weapons. You have
Okay.
offhand attacks for your bony axe.
Is that also the D10 then?
Yeah, just no modifier.
Yeah.
Uh,
If you don't have 2-weapon fighting, you don't get your mod, but yeah.
that is a 14 to hit?
14 on Gerald?
Yeah.
Will miss. Just barely. Oh no! You're trying to get in there, but there's not a lot going on.
I'm gonna move around him and try to interpose near the wall.
Okay, you're gonna try to.
Yeah, the key between him and the keyhole.
Okay, so you're over here.
Yeah.
You're gonna try to get in between him and the keyhole. Okay, so Gerald's here. He's still hunter's marked. So if you were to hit him, you would do extra damage.
Yeah, I know. It'd be fucking great. I just wasted 2 resources.
That's okay.
And can't hit it.
That's okay. That's funny.
It'd be like that.
Okay, Soren, you are up. You are seeing the struggles. You have just seen Isaac
man.
fly across the door. Is like kind of unusable.
Does he still have a tummy ache?
Does my tummy still hurt?
It does. yeah, you sort of feel like reflux, and you start to feel a little queasy.
Oh no.
So we just go, yeah, and make something.
Fuck it. I'm gonna mind whip Gerald.
Okay. How do you use your mind whip? What is it attack or save?
It is an intelligence save.
Intelligence save on Gerald. Okay. 10.
He fails. So he's gonna take
Finally.
13 psychic damage.
13 psychic damage.
And then I'm going to, I guess, hijack his brain for a little bit. He loses his reaction, and then next turn he can only manage to do an action, bonus action, or his movement. So he's basically slowed for one turn.
Okay. His action, bonus action, or his movement, and he
Loses his reaction.
loses his reaction. Okay. As you saddle his mind with whispers of another dimension or world or something, you don't quite know, the reaches of reality bend, and you rend his mind, unable for him to be efficient. Okay. Did he take damage? I took 13.
13
Okay,
psychic from that.
Yep.
And then I guess I'll just use my bonus action to try and slam him into the door with another shove.
What's the range on that?
30 feet?
Yeah, okay.
30 feet.
Yeah, you can reach him.
Okay. So a strength save.
This boneless thing is right in front of you, still trying to slap you.
It's going to kill itself soon.
Okay. Yeah, when it hits with the...
Yeah. So DC 14 strength save.
14 strength save to not get telekinetic shoved. It fails. Gerald fails, and he is pushed into the wall.
Yeah, he's basically just moved 5 feet away from me into the wall.
Okay, so he gets pushed to the wall. Does he take any damage from that?
He doesn't. It's more of just a fuck you.
Okay. It's definitely a fuck you as he gets nudged into the wall. I guess we'll nudge him. Okay, so it bumps into the wall. That is so uncertain unless you want to move.
No, I'm good.
Okay, Lorelai's skin bag is going to try to wrap up on you. 17 to hit?
Yeah, it takes 2 psychic and 10 cold damage.
First, you take 4 bludgeoning damage, 10 psychic and 2 cold, you said?
Yep.
So 12?
Yes, sir.
What's left of Lorelai's mind inside her skin bag is shattered. I mean, whatever's left in there of any sentience or whatever goes, and you just start seeing this bag of skin like for a second, and then the shadows move out, and you kill it. How do you want to do this? How did the shadows rend Lorelai's skin bag?
I think the tendrils of shadow are just going to reach out towards her and just start pulling chunks of flesh away until there's nothing left.
And it does, and they disappear into the shadows. They aren't left there on the ground.
Oh, I don't like that. Wait, I was gonna eat that.
You're gonna eat the skin. Just...
Are we gonna have
Those are my cracklins!
We're gonna start calling him.
You took
Gets to
Called
eat
dibs.
what?
You took Mistress's cracklins.
Oh, no.
Okay. All right.
That was the only edible one.
You passively kill Lorelai's skin. Isaac, you are up because Lorelai doesn't have any more pieces.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up. I assume I'm not prone.
You are prone.
You
I
are.
am prone.
You are. Yeah, you're prone over here. You were thrown across the room.
Okay. How much movement is it to the table?
5, 10, 15 to here.
I have 30 when I'm in my thing. Fuck.
Yeah.
15 to the table. So
You
that's
can get
half.
to the table.
I was gonna run and jump off the table and Superman
You could.
punch him from
You could
behind.
dash.
But then I don't have my action.
Yeah,
You could dash and get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you
You're
jump.
at least in engagement.
Do you want to be engaged at the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you give me a dash action and an athletics check?
Okay.
In your monster form, of course, to just see.
That's actually fine. 11's probably okay.
11. You can jump on 11 is not enough to like jump on his back or anything.
No, I just wanted to be next
yeah,
to him.
but you can absolutely jump right to the back of him.
Perfect.
Easy
Monster
enough.
twins.
Right back up.
Fight the monster.
You do have a bunny act. You want to do anything? You can't attack. Yes.
Yeah. And then
Kevin. You see Kevin continue to slither out of your sight down a hallway. Ink.
Am I still holding it? But is it done doing the thing?
No.
No,
You have to
it's not-
I'll
you have
let
to-
go. I'll let go.
You
for
let
it.
go, and your sight comes back to you as it ting, 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 and rolls onto the ground.
Was letting go in action or anything?
Nope, free
Okay.
action.
I'll just move.
Put it back onto the ground.
Here
There, she
then.
let go of it.
She took a whole turn to go touch the fucking
I'm
ball.
not gonna. I'm gonna stay by it. I'm gonna throw a dagger at him.
Left me to fight an enemy alone.
The range on daggers is
Is
like
it only 20?
20's within range right here. So
It's okay,
Okay.
whatever.
I think you're
old
fine. So you
God
take
is
one of your
giving
two
you shit,
daggers and
apparently ate
you
some.
flip it in your hand
Oh
and
my God,
Yep.
dude.
throw it. Go and make an attack.
Should have called dibs.
Oh, that might not do it. Oh no, I don't think it
Now we're
does.
feeding two
11.
otherworldly
Yeah.
beings.
11.
Fuck.
You throw it and it sticks it to his shoulder.
I got him.
No damage.
Okay.
Big
guy.
So that's your action and some of your movement, and you have a bonus action.
Eli just fucking died, right?
Oh, yeah, where is he?
I'm just gonna kind of post up by this thing and make sure no one takes it.
As you ask that, you do see
Oh, God.
all the way over here. Eli is here working on this lock.
Uh-huh.
Now that you're looking for him, Will was standing right here. Is just dissolved in a pool on the ground.
Okay.
And you saw him boil from the inside and dissolve. But there's other shit going around, so I forgot to put him on the thing. But that's what he's been doing. He's working on the lock.
So he didn't drink it. He just
No,
watched,
he didn't drink it.
He just watched what's his face? Yeah.
Mm-mm. He didn't drink it. He's working on the lock. But yeah, that's the end of your turn.
I'm good.
Mary is there and stands up. And looks and sees the situation. The keys are taken from her. She doesn't seem concerned about her own well-being. And she says to everyone, "Please remain calm. The process will be over soon." Yeah, shut up. And she backs into this corner, and then reaches her hand out as if asking Gerald for the keys back, politely.
I feel so bad for her. We have to save Mary, you guys.
Do we?
I need a friend.
You have like 4 living inside you.
What do you mean?
Eli.
So
creatures.
we're your friends.
No, I meant the oozes.
Eli looks back at all of this
I have a
happening
single doll friend, okay?
and sees several monsters all fighting each other.
And he starts playing.
And he still can't get his lock open. He is trying really hard, but you don't see like thieves' tools.
Mm-hmm.
You see him using like a knife.
Desperation station.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's not very good. So at the top of the round is Gerald,
This man.
who takes the key and puts it in the lock and clicks it and pulls the key back out.
Oh god, oh god, oh
And the
god.
door opens, and beyond that is a hallway.
That's probably fine.
A hallway that just goes around and
Just
then
let him
curls and then
go?
curls like this.
Sure.
And he starts to go through it. But there are 2 of you here with reactions.
Yep. Which I'm taking.
But we could let him fight the stuff deeper in.
Huh?
Nothing.
Fight. We don't know what's in there, but I'm still gonna take an attack because this dude's definitely nowhere close to dead.
Okay.
Put some damage.
I mean, you
on
do
him.
see damage on his body, but you don't know how much he can take
If
because
he
he's
looks
a
like
monster.
he's still
This
pretty
is just
like
a pride thing after all the misses, right?
no.
Okay, so you are you trying to take an opportunity attack as well? You're gonna let him go?
15.
Okay. 15 is a glancing blow. Let's go! So you get to add D10 plus your D6 hunter's mark,
True.
and then halve the dice, or actually have total the damage. So plus your modifier.
Ooh.
Hi, Goobs. You're very needy. Incredibly needy.
That would be 15 necrotic damage halved.
What the fuck?
I put my fingers in his ears and he went. That was a quality snort.
Wow.
Baby. So 15 halved.
Yes.
7.
Sale.
Okay.
Some necrotic.
You do that as you slash through, and you leave some of your necrotic, dissolving digestive juice things in there. I don't know what you got going on, but you slash into him, and it's a big, deep wound. I mean, he doesn't seem to be worried about his physical well-being, but there's plenty of damage on the body.
Mm-hmm.
So, bloodied is a strong word to use in this situation, but definitely seems like it's taken plenty of damage.
Okay. That's all I'm gonna do is take the attack and let him run.
Okay, and you're letting him run, and Gerald does so. He starts to bound away down the hall.
I'm gonna sniff his blood and
then-
find him.
And then as that happens, the door
Oh, fuck.
is starting to come back down. So, knowing that, it is
He
Isabella's...
has the keys.
He has the
Oh, we
keys.
need to go.
Gerald has the keys.
I'm sprinting. Full speed after him.
Okay.
That's my turn.
So you follow down, and you're essentially in the hallway
I'm gonna keep
with him.
my eyes on him the whole time, yeah.
You have him hunter's mark.
Yes.
He goes around the bend, and you lose him, but you still have your hunter's mark, so you can tell
Yeah.
that he's heading that way. So you do lose him visually, because there is a bend.
I'm just tracking him like a bloodhound right now.
So he comes my way, and then turns like this down a hallway, and you get to like the elbow
Okay.
before he just is lost down that way. So that's your turn.
Yeah.
Soren, you see her going. I mean, by the end of this round, it will be shut. Yep. Are you guys all following her deeper into this?
I'll let her go alone. I can't. Is it dark in there? Like dark?
There's no light in the hallway.
So I can't see shit. Okay, cool. I'm blindly sprinting down a hallway.
Your monster form doesn't have dark
No, it's
vision?
Not yet.
Bruh.
He can try to get it if he wants.
We need to get you some
Darwin,
components.
goodness.
Get you some elf eyes or something.
Literally elf eyes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we go get some elf eyes that he could turn into a potion to inject himself.
I was
So
hoping I
casual
could
about
take
getting
this
body
with-
parts.
I'm gonna have to dash to make it through the door.
Take
We've
which-
eaten
what with?
multiple
The blue
whole
orb
bodies
sphere
at this
thing.
point.
I know
With my
that's the
telekinesis.
problem.
Hearts are
Fuck.
like, you know,
Oh, smart.
easy to come by.
I'm gonna
It's
have
the
to dash
entire
just to get through the door. So
Do you want to dash to get through the door?
I mean, it seems like that's the plan.
We're cutting parts out
30
of
would be
people all
here.
the time.
Yeah. And then I mean, I have to
true.
get past that by the end of this round.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just gonna.
So
have
you're
to keep
dashing?
going. Yep.
As you dash out of there.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so that's
you
Soren's
like
turn
this
using
and
his action dash. Any bonus action?
I got shit.
Oh no. You said it.
Yep.
Pat, I'm too high to walk up the stairs to let him out right now.
Question, and you can totally say no.
Yeah.
With
I
my
can let you out,
telekinesis, I can like
You
pull
wanna
creatures
go?
towards me. Can I try to just yeet the sphere like towards the door with it as my bonus action?
The
Like telekinetically pull the sphere and just try and get it closer to the doorway.
this sphere?
Yeah.
And that's with your bonus action?
Yeah, I can't do like the mage hand type stuff without an action. But
Yeah, I'd
like
say
this-
probably not with the bonus action one if it says creatures.
Okay. That's fine. Then, yeah, that's the only thing I got.
So you're running down. Lorelei's skin bag and bones are gone. Isaac went to pee, but he was saying he was just running down here. So he follows you in. Ink.
Yeesh. I am going to dash into the.
Okay, do you want
shoot.
that? The orb will make you blind.
Yeah. Is it a?
Just got,
Is it
you have
this
something to,
relatively? That's
scoop
what
it
I'm
up?
trying to think of. I don't have really anything.
With a hanky.
I don't have a hanky. I'm wearing a dress.
Rip it.
I'll rip the
Rip the
bottom.
dress.
Rip the bottom of the dress and try and like pick up the thing.
like
with
Palantir, that
the-
shit.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check.
You got this.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
That's a 23.
I'll say you rip the skirt with you have your other dagger. You rip this beautiful dress that she made for you, and you take it and you wrap it in cloth, and you have this little like essentially cloth and this orb in there.
And then I'm gonna run.
So that is your action. So you 5, 10, 15, 30, 35. So
I'll use
bonus action.
feline agility.
Oh,
I'll use.
true.
Oh wait,
True.
no wait. I can use a bonus action. You're right. I'll do that
Bonus
instead. That way I
action.
don't have to recharge that.
And you get in here and you have this orb.
We did it. Goodbye, preacher man.
You're leaving Eli. Okay, Eli stays back.
He looks like
Eli's
he's got
fucked.
this. He's fine.
Mary does not come through, and the door
We got rid of all the threats.
shuts.
Wow, it's just us
behind
and the
you.
fucking racist man.
You know, that happens a lot in this campaign.
And so,
I
Stomping
feel like
around
the
these
writer
catacombs.
of this campaign doesn't like racists.
you sure?
Probably.
Give that away.
So,
I think he and I would be friends.
What the fuck?
might work out. Initiative ends, and you're in here, and you see his speed is faster than yours. So as you start to run behind him, he bounds away and curls and runs. And runs.
How long does Hunter's Mark last?
Like
An hour.
An hour?
I think at least
1 hour, 8 hours, and then 24
Yeah, I was
hours.
just
So
saying.
it's just like hex.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's essentially.
just 1 hour.
Up to 1 hour.
Yeah, so you have it right now. But you are all in this hallway. It looks like an old hallway. It goes down and then it bends. It is dark, and especially dark once that shuts behind you.
I didn't bring the crocodile light.
Yeah, I'm totally blind.
Dark
you're-
vision?
You do have dark vision. So you can see in grayscale around you. It's a hallway And it goes
Yeah, I
down
can't
and
see
turns
either,
to
actually.
the left.
Find the nearest wall.
You do, pretty easily.
All I can do is feel, or I guess smell, where he went.
And you have Isaac sort of
For a minute.
in his large form for just a minute. The door shut behind you. You don't have the keys. You do know the direction Gerald went, and he is now essentially to the because you get like cardinal direction. He's
I
on the plane of
believe
existence
so.
of you, right?
You have advantage on any wisdom route you make to find it. It actually doesn't say.
You have advantage on survival checks to try to find it. That's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can track him.
Perception or survival.
Yeah,
okay.
so you can track him. You know, obviously, down here, there's not many ways to go. But
Yeah.
you can definitely sense that your prey is somewhere down here. And Mistress goes, I wanted to taste his blood. I knew that smelled familiar, darling. It is
But worse.
different. She sort of smells the air while her hunter's mark is in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sort
Smells
of like.
funny down here.
gonna be walking slowly, mistress, out in the open on me, while we try to just walk. I'm gonna keep one hand on the wall, one claw out,
Okay.
walking slowly towards
Sure.
the direction I'm.
As you walk down the hallway, Soren, you've hit this sort of point.
Oh.
Green comes out of you, whether you can see it or not. It feels green, and your medallion glows a little bit, and then it dulls, and then the voices in this pitch black space.
Oh no.
This is Soren's hell.
And again, it feels like though you stand in a hallway, you could tip over the side of this bridge in the shadow. And when you try to feel a wall like Isaac, your hand touches nothing.
Cool.
Do we notice? Well, I guess I'm not paying attention.
Uh,
I'm sniffing for blood.
As you move forward, the hallway bends and it comes to a doorway that is open. It seems like there was a very old wooden door here at one point. The hinges and some of the wood is still available on it. You can see that.
Did it get ripped up?
It just seems no, not recently. You definitely can see like the path of a large thing that moved through
Yeah,
there.
okay.
As you see, this has been cleared out. It must have used to have like old furniture in it. You are definitely walking in the halls of like a religious place, but also a dungeon. It's a religious dungeon. It pretty obviously has, as your footsteps hit, like, the doors here, there's so many. Like, it definitely seems like a series of keys was needed to even navigate this place. Some of the doors have over time just decayed, and as you enter this room, you can see it's roughly square-shaped room, mostly empty, and it continues down into another room that seems to have more stuff in it, and a little bit of candlelight. What do you guys want to do?
If there's nothing.
As your form
Yeah.
drops at this point, as you... So you're starting to get a little cold.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not like death.
A little less hulked out.
Yeah, and you sort of revert a little bit. You can see a little candlelight up ahead in the next room.
I'm gonna go towards that
Me
candlelight.
too.
Yeah. Okay. And you're all just walking normally. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
try and keep an eye on
quiet.
them too to make sure they're
I-
not gonna run into.
I think we should. I think we should be quiet at this point.
I'm probably slower, just trying not to fall off the edges.
Okay. Definitely.
Maybe we'll take a stealth.
Ginger steps. You
Yeah.
want to roll stealth?
Yeah.
I'll be as quiet as I can with a cane in a stone hallway.
Yeah, but you know.
Use the cane.
Well, there's a little residual not needing to, every time
Yeah.
you transform, you don't really need your cane to move for a
Actually, I
minute.
probably left it back there. Probably don't have it at all. I wouldn't have it, yeah.
You don't have your cane? It's just in the room? Oh no.
If I was in monster form, I wouldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, true.
So
Just get a little satchel so when you turn into the monster, you can
You
like
can put it in.
sheath it.
Put a cane on a string like a kid's mitten.
you head into this room with the candlelight, and you do so quietly, and the candle is to the left. It's not in the center of the room. You can see that as you walk in, there is to the right another doorway, and to the left a significant doorway. The first doorway seems much like this one, the one that you just walked into. An old wooden door. This one's still attached a little bit, but open and not really being used. The door to the left is incredibly hard to see, even with the candle next to it. It is made out of Vanta black stone.
Oh no. It's the crypt.
It's not the crypt.
It's not the crypt.
You haven't traveled nearly far enough to reach it.
Oh god.
There's
So
an-
there's just
this
more
door
of it?
specifically is made out of this material, and it seems unique. It has a familiar spirally keyhole in the center, and the door, the candle itself, seems to have been changed not too long ago. Like, you can see wax drippings on the floor where the candle is. Much more wax than that single candle could have dripped. So it seems like this is replaced regularly.
So that candle can be removed.
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay, yeah, that's mine now.
You grab a small candle, and it's like this tall, and it has like one little candle light on it, and you have it right here. And as you do, you roll over it, and you see on the relief of the door, you see chains carved into the relief. Chains that sort of like curl up around, and then on the inside of the chains, within the Vanta Black, is almost like a red liquid. And inside that red liquid is a face. Like a face-like thing. It seems a little bit like like it used to be a little bit sharper, but as magic dies, so too does the effect of this door. Not as secure as it once was, almost certainly. The other door continues down a hallway. And the other hallway is definitely the direction that Gerald went.
I'm gonna just
You're
keep.
gonna ignore this door?
It's closed,
It's absolutely closed.
and there's a keyhole.
Mhm.
We need to get the keys first.
I would
Before
agree.
we
We
mess
should
with
go
anything.
after the keys, I think, before we get...
So,
So you continue down the hallway?
yeah, one track mine. We're on Gerald's.
Okay. You move on from this strange door, and you find yourself looking at a hallway that eventually turns into stairs that head further down still. And so you step, and you can see claw marks on the wall, fresh ones of where Gerald went to. And then you can all see, as you hold your candle close, try to keep the shadows at bay, and you starting to feel your knee and leg ache just a little bit as the afterglow sort of wears off. You can see a golden sort of glow up ahead. Not candlelight, it's steady. So you continue?
Can I ask, no one else sees this? The golden thing?
They will eventually. If
Okay.
they get closer, you're up front row, right?
I see, yes. Yes, continue.
Okay. You continue to walk down the stairs, and you all eventually start to see the glow of the next room. The door has been bashed in. And inside this room is gold thread. You see at the threshold, a golden thread run across the bottom of the frame of the door, and then up the sides of the door, and then over to the top. And the glow comes from inside the room, but also that golden thread. And you can see this thread extends around the room at all edges as you step in, or step to the door. Inside, in the center, is what looks to be like a pool that is empty. Like it used to be filled with some sort of liquid. It's empty. And it's maybe like 5 feet deep. It sort of looks like a hot tub you could step down into. It's sort of like stairs. And then also trying to think of what else. What didn't he take out of here? Okay. Gerald is nowhere to be seen, but you do see another door, the only other door that continues down and through, is shut. But you see scratches around the keyhole, like someone's trying to jam a key in. There is nothing else in this room. But it does have a soft golden glow. And while you are in here, they're not gone entirely, but you feel tremendous relief of the voices and specifically the shadows. Yeah. So you're in this room, golden thread inside of it. There are, like, the structure is the same. It's made out of the same stone. In the center is that little space. And it's odd. You feel strange. Calm.
I want to walk down to the center of that little pool area.
Uh-huh.
And just
You just want to step into it?
Yeah.
Okay, you step down into it. It's about 5 feet deep and about, 10 feet across. You step down into it, and what do you want to do? Seems like you could sit on the sides. Seems like if this was filled with something, because there is, like, as you look down in there is like a little drain at the bottom of the...
Can I investigate the drain and see if it's like, is it water? Like, is it rusty or?
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check. Anybody else?
Could I take a look at the thread surrounding the room? That you were
Yeah, I
talking
wanted to
about?
see if that was like inlaid into the stone.
Yeah, in what way do you want to look at it?
I basically just want to know if I can take it.
Just take it?
Yeah.
Okay, make a investigation check. What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to see what significance it maybe had. I don't know if it was just like for looks or if it was somehow.
You want to make an investigation check or an arcana check?
Arcana.
17 for the.
17. You get down in there, and your mistress sort of sniffs around and stuff, and she just says, "Old blood."
Pool of blood.
Yes. It seems so, darling. But not in a sinister way. This place is nice. Feels nice to be here. What was your
exactly
investigation?
what
I
this
got a
is.
19 with my talisman.
A 19.
What is it?
You absolutely could tear the gold threads out of this place, but I'll say with the 19, what's your arcana?
16.
16. I'll say with the shared arcana and investigation, you sort of start to discern the purpose of this place. You're not quite sure the definite function, but this seems to be a fallback spot. And the threads are specifically wards. You'd have to do a little bit more investigating, but you definitely know it's protecting the room in some way. It offers some kind of protection might be a strong word, but it offers something to the people that sit in here. And the pool itself is empty, so you don't really know does, but it seems like a place of rest and safety.
Can I go look at the door and see if it's locked?
The door that you...
With all the scratches.
Yeah, it is in fact locked.
Does it look like those scratches were caused by his claws?
It
or
looks
the
like-
key?
It looks like the key was pushed up onto it and like sort of fiddled with and then pushed in.
Ink, would you maybe be able to pick this?
I can try.
Yeah, you look at it. You can try to use your thieves' tools on it if you'd like.
18.
18, you.
Let's go! Let's get out of here.
Yeah, it does open. It is not an easy lock. In fact, you just got it.
Oh my god.
So, understanding that, you see in front of you a hallway that quite quickly loses light, and it curves around to the right. So, knowing this, you have a moment here where this room seems fine. As you open this, though, you do hear distant sounds of like
Time to creep in towards the sounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
taking a candle.
Candle, yes. Thread, no.
Okay. Okay.
Stealth.
Yes.
Okay, we're stealthing into this hallway.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't have disadvantage, do I?
On stealth.
Yeah. I didn't know if, like, because of... Okay.
No, you're good.
21.
Put on stealth. Nice.
Shit.
It was a 3 tree, yeah.
We're
3.
in Predator
15.
mode.
13.
15, 13. Okay. So you all approach. It's hard to hide when you're holding a candle.
It just
Nonetheless, you do try that. It still lights your face up, and so you're walking along. You're at the backpack anyway. We're just moving forward. You go around to the right, and the shadows sort of close in around you. You can hear as soon as you step out this cacophony comes back, and you come to a T section, where you are the T, and there's, I guess it's more like this for you. As you walk this way, there is to the left a hallway, and at the end of that hallway, as you get to that intersection, you see a brown, like dark brown wooden door with bars, where like a porthole would be. There's also in front of you, if you were to keep going down that and not take a left, there is another room with a very faint glow, similar to the one you just came from. What do you want to do?
See through the bars?
Do you want to walk in that direction? You have to go down the hallway a little bit.
Can I see any marks that would show where Gerald went? Or
Go ahead and make a survival check with advantage, because you have Hunter's Mark.
hey, 20.
20.
I think I get a negative though.
20.
So 18.
This is survival?
Mhm.
Okay. You do, in fact, see in front of you what seems to be the momentum of a person that barreled through this place. You can see like things are sort of knocked over and like kind of a little bit in that path. You think that if you were to continue down, that's the case. I will also say that as you do that, and you're sort of thinking at the T section, kind of looking, you do hear from down that hall towards that door a specific sound. Hey. Hey. Psst.
Just Harold?
It's not Gerald. You hear from the doorway. You can't see into it, but you can hear like, hey, and then you can see two hands on the bars. You just hear, hey, like louder to try to get your attention.
Can I go closer?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
You
so.
can move closer.
I'm
So you
just
see-
gonna
you
stay right here.
Ink heads down a
That
little bit. Are you guys
raises the
staying?
hackles on my neck.
The hackles.
I don't think Isabella's scared, but that doesn't seem safe. That seems
I'm
like
gonna hang back for a bit.
Good. It's a good 10 feet before you get to the door.
I'm
So,
good.
okay. So they hang back and you move up. Hey, yeah. Hey.
Hey, hello.
You can't really see into there, even though you have dark vision. Like there's no light. Like, so you do see the hands, and then as you get closer, they sort of pull away, and you can see that like sort of pulled around the side.
Hello. Are you stuck down here?
Yeah. I'm stuck. Hey.
Fucking bait.
And you see the hands pull up closer again, and someone like pull themselves up towards the thing, and then you can see that someone's face is like lifted up. You can see like a half elven face, palish eyes that sort of have like a ruddy sort of like bloodshottiness to them that sort of lost in the grayscale, but you can even tell like it's like clearly eyes super dilated because it's so dark in here, and definitely not like kept well. Hey, how'd you get down here?
Really, we were sort of showing the presentation.
Shh. Not too loud. I don't care about your fucking presentations. Is the one on the other side. You didn't let that out, right?
Well, Carmine sort of.
I don't know what the fuck that.
How did you get the? How did you get?
Shut the fuck up! Jeez! Okay, you're good. You didn't hear that? You guys are gonna die down here. You gotta let me out of here. You're gonna fucking die.
I think you need to explain first. We don't know anything about you. How did you get locked down?
Can you pick the lock on this or not?
Yes, I can.
I will help you get out of here.
I'll look.
No. Sounds no.
I know about this place.
Then tell us a little bit about what you know
Fuck!
first.
To prove that what they are saying.
Okay. Everybody come here. Can't be on the hallway. It's dangerous.
Closer.
Okay.
You get out. Being quiet. Are you getting close too?
A little bit.
Getting
Still
close.
staying on the outside of the group.
Okay, buddy. My name is Rummy. Nice to meet you. You can see this like gaunt figure. Yeah, so. God. It's been so long. Is that what the guy's name is? Carmine?
Yes.
Fucking Carmine. Carmine. Where is this? Where are we?
Some sort of old religious structure under his home.
Catacombs.
Yes.
Cool. Where?
Underneath an estate.
Where? Not what? Where?
La Rock?
Thank you. Rock. So far. What's the date?
I don't know what the date actually is, but I'll
tell
say
him the
the
date.
date.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Have you been trapped here for long?
2 months or so.
How have you survived? Has he been bringing you water, food?
No.
Is that like a half-elf thing? Or seems like you would have died.
We can't. Whoa. And you start to hear behind you in the hallway, not like right directly behind you, but down the hallway a ways, you hear like a loud snap. You haven't seen it, have you? The big guy?
The furry guy with the beak?
No, what the fuck? Is that what came through here earlier?
Probably is.
There's something else down here.
Yeah. I wish you were in here with me, actually. Okay. So you didn't let that thing out, right?
No.
No.
Okay, so it wasn't that. I thought it was that. Fuck. We can't keep going the way you're going. We're gonna go back. You gotta let me out. What do you need to let me out of here? Name your price. I know things. I know people. I got connections. I know how to get out of here. I'll help you.
What? Tell us something then.
Tell us something. What? What do you want to know? I don't know who the fuck you people are.
What
Why are you
I
down
don't
here?
know who
What
you
kind
are.
of people do you know? Like you say you know people. Like what?
What kind of people do you know?
I'm not the one locked in the cage.
No, but you're locked in this place. You hear another one. Then you hear a from far down, but not super far down.
I think we have this discussion later and let him out.
Fair enough. I'll.
Okay, go ahead and make a check on it.
Okay. 19.
And he goes, "Oh yes!" And he pushes out of there, and you get this waft of a dude that's been in a place for a while, and a big waft of male living space, and this skinny, relatively short, a little over 5 feet tall, half elven male with like these clothes that used to fit better that are a little rattier, like reds and dark colors, and you see a golden tattoo on his chest.
Gold boy?
Golden tattoo, sort of split on the top. And he goes, okay, and he puts his hand through his greasy hair, which is sort of like mine but shaved on the sides, and pulled. And you can see that probably it's a little bit longer, so probably normally like a ponytail. There's nothing to hold it.
Do you work with Rossi?
Yeah, you from Evan Falls?
Yeah. We also do work with him sometimes.
Are you here for me?
No,
sent?
this is convenient, I guess.
Happy accident.
We're
Coincidence.
friends of the family.
Oh, it's not that happy of an accident. I was here. Fuck. Okay, we can't go that way. We can't go left. We gotta go back the way you
Okay,
came.
then take us.
Oh, good. And he walks back in towards the gold area you just came from, and like hustles, and like gets over to it, and once he breaks through the threshold of it, you see him sit down, and you get a better look at the guy. I don't know how to describe to you 4 levels of exhaustion, but that's what he's got.
Oof.
I'm
I'm imagining like a skeleton person.
like
basically.
straight up, he has been in here for a bit. The skin is not just pale; it's also starting to be yellowed and gaunt, and you can see like his ears are like, he is a half elf, but they're like pointing and like falling sideways a little bit, and like
orca whales in SeaWorld.
And like
their fins like
the skin around his eyes is like pulled back and veiny, and you see his eyes are like bloodshot and like black pupils, but his irises are red. And he's like, I just need to breathe for a second, and he looks down. How did you get in here?
We were looking for Lord Carmine.
You hear it a little bit closer, and he looks back. He goes, "Can we shut this door?" And
Yeah.
the door you came out of, it's up in the ceiling.
Is there like any kind of
Is there a
switch
mechanism?
or
There's gotta be a
something?
mechanism somewhere.
You don't know.
Can I look around?
Go ahead and roll an investigation
Yeah, I'm
check.
just gonna start looking for like
fuck.
hidden switches or anything.
1.
22?
It's like a 4. For
31?
Me, so
16?
31?
Yeah.
Wow.
Between the two of you,
18.
you're
plus
looking
8
at
plus
like
5.
candle holders and
Jesus.
candlesticks.
Huh?
You both notice the door seems to be thoroughly connected with the other door in here, and it has been bashed in and broken.
Alright, it seems we cannot close that.
Is there
Alright.
furniture we can use to make
What?
a barricade at least?
No. You're in the empty pool room right now.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, there's
Shit,
nothing
You
there.
went back the
Empty-
way you
Yeah.
came.
Right.
Okay. And he gets up, and you can see he's having a hard. He's laboring as you guys got to climb back up the stairs and toward the room with the Vanta Black door
yeah.
in it. And you climb up, and
I'll try to help him walk
okay, you hear
since I'm a little faster.
and you hear something, several heavy metal things fall, just like clang onto the ground. Again, this is deep, not like that deep, but like honestly a little bit closer to where it was before. Seems to be walking roughly in your direction.
What the fuck is this?
As you move up, there's something stalking the hallways of this place. Is what I'm telling you. Something natural to this place,
so
or
it's
it
like
has
we're
been
just
natural to this
playing
place for a
Amnesia,
long
that's fine.
time. It's just. You move up into the room with the Vanta Black door. What do you want to do? Because you can only keep going so far until you get back to the party room.
Yeah.
Fuck, you don't have keys or anything? How'd you get down here?
That
We followed.
Followed the creature with
the
the
big
keys.
creature had the keys.
Yeah.
Okay. How much, I'm in pretty bad shape here. This place is a prison. Like it's always been one.
Seems
To
to be.
hold what, though?
I don't know, whatever the cult used to keep here. I don't know, it's all I've gathered. I've been in this room since I got here. Well, that's not true. There was you see, he's trying really hard to like piece together fragments of memory. It was not all contiguous. It's a dark room. And then door. I was laying down. I was brought in. He stabbed me with something. Some kind of. I don't know. Gave me shots.
Was it green? Did you happen to notice?
I'm not sure. Red for sure. And then he looks at all of you. He started feeding me blood. Like force feed me. I was throwing up. Just to see what would happen. And that's all I've been fed.
Just blood.
Yeah.
I wonder he had blood on hand.
Does anyone have food or anything on them? I didn't bring my rations into the...
None of us have anything.
No.
Great.
We need to get away from whatever this...
From behind the black door, you hear... No! And he... Rummy sort of holds his head. No!
There's something
And he sort of
wrong.
crawls out the thing, like the area at the pool that you sit next to, and he starts to like move out of this room back even further the way you came. And he starts to move out, and he starts to hold his head and stumble through the doorway. And you hear this, but it doesn't do anything to you.
What's wrong with you?
There's a thing in there. I don't know. It's been... You can see he's like breaking. He's like fucking... Like, there's not a lot holding this guy in place. And he starts to like laugh, and there's like tears. He's telling me to let him out. He's been talking to me from across the hall. He starts crying, and he's just like, sort of like in a weird place in the moment. Says if I let it out, it'll free me. But you're here now. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. I don't need to.
Why did it ever tell you why it wants out?
I'm not sure. I don't know how it can even talk to me. And there's another thing that's in there. And he's just scared of the thing behind him. He's scared of the thing in the room next door. And he's scared to go back and forward. You're dealing with a man broken. Mind shattered. And Soren, there's a little bit of you that sees your future.
Oh boy.
The sound from deeper in the tunnel seems to be lighter than it was prior. You don't know what's in there, but every once in a while you hear a snap or a clang or a slap, a growl. But you no longer hear the barreling of Gerald through the space. In fact, I'll say it's at this point you notice your spell is dropped. Your hunter's mark is no longer on Gerald.
It has been an hour yet, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Rip.
You are still concentrating on the spell and can mark a new target if you'd like.
Do you remember where you last roughly pinged him?
Down the hallway in the direction you
Okay,
don't
just
want to
making
go.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
Throw keys
Where
off.
he said we couldn't go.
Well, he is a madman.
Okay,
You're sort of caught in this liminal space between moving forward and moving backward. So,
the black door cannot be opened without the keys, correct?
you're asking Rummy?
Yes.
I don't know. I've never seen a key.
If we leave you here and go find the keys...
Don't leave me here.
Well-
No, please don't leave me here. Please.
Okay.
And he sort of like, he crawls towards you and like touches your feet and
Alright,
like,
okay,
but
I'm gonna...
here's the problem.
We need to go get the keys, which are
is
that
down
direction.
the hallway you don't want us to go.
If you want
Without
to
those
come-
keys, we're crawling around here in the dark. But those were the keys, I think, to everything down here.
put me back in my cell. Yeah, put me back in the cell and then come back. Yeah.
All right.
And then I'll help you. I'll help you through this, because I know some things. I know.
You can't help us through the other way.
We could, if you have the keys, we don't have to go deeper. We don't have to go that way. We can go back through. Yeah. This way is his where he has the other people come through. This is the entrance. Yeah. And then we can go the other way. Yeah. Toward the thing he made. Yeah.
All right, put them back in the thing, and we'll go find the keys.
Yes. I'll go back. All right.
All right.
wouldn't happen to have any spare blood, would you?
None in me.
He sort of sticks his tongue out. I can sort of smell it. And he sort of looks down at the pool of the old. And he's like, Mistress is sort of, it's too old for me, darling. Okay, back to the cell. And he sort of starts to scurry back in that direction behind
Fucking little
behind
Gollum
you.
vampire man.
And he shuffles into the cell and he pulls it himself shut.
Okay, we will be back.
Be careful. It eats everything. Everything. It's been down here longer than me. And then he just sort of like slinks behind the door. What would you like to do?
Oh god, I guess we're gonna
In the
slowly
direction of
and
the...
quietly make our way towards where Gerald went.
I love when the music lines up, too. That's fun.
Okay. So, you continue through, and you... Down the hallway was a room that had a slight golden glow that reminded you of the room prior.
Yeah.
You approach that room stealthily.
Yes.
Let me get a stealth check from everybody. You still have your hunter's mark up.
7.
But it fell.
So,
7.
but it fell off
Randy's
a
got
person.
a negative.
No, I rolled another 3.
But
19.
you can read the description of hunter's mark if you'd like. 5, 3,
19.
3, 19, and what did you get, Isaac?
7.
God.
You
Bro,
move
I got
forward.
6 decks. I don't know what you want from
We're
me.
just gonna get this fight out of the way now.
It eats everything. We're gonna get
I
eaten.
only have a dagger.
I got my hands.
I don't even have both. I have one.
I have a cantrip.
I have
Are you
hands.
serious? You have no spells? Fuck.
I have hands.
I have
I have
one.
drugs. I can do drugs.
I have.
Do you want to do a moonshot to get a short rest? You could-
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the hallway, Soren takes a moment to spark up a little shot, a little blast. So you take 2 consecutive actions to light it and then inhale it. The lit crystalline sort of powder substance, you inhale it through the nostrils as it lights, and you just sort of like take one big shot, as is customary for this, and you get the effects of a short rest. Go ahead and roll me a thing. It also affects your mental health. Is that a natural 20? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay, so 5 is fine.
I don't think it does because I did drugs earlier.
Did you do this drug earlier?
I've done.
Yeah.
Oh, you did
Yes.
this drug earlier. Okay, so you don't get any mental health benefits from spamming the drug, so you only get the one from before. But you do get the effects of a short rest right now, including hit dice if you need any.
I don't.
Okay.
Just fucking
Inhale the
falling
drugs.
apart over here.
We're good.
The effects of a short rest, and you start to move forward into this room, and it seems that someone has had a similar idea to what you had earlier, and this room is about 80% stripped of the gold lining that goes around the tops. And you see that this room you see to the right, there is an old crumbled wall, and behind it is another space, which definitely seems to have been a like a defensive position that guards or other people inside here could have used, and it is crumbled inward. And you do see that it has been cleaned out a little bit. There probably used to be bodies in here, because you can see like old decay stains in the rough shape of like corpses, but they've been removed. And then to the left, the room goes on for a little bit, and there is a doorway. But in the room here, you do see on the ground. Actually, I'm sorry. You see on the ceiling, and then underneath on the ground. I guess your eyes trail up from the ground. You see like a red splotch near the doorway, and sort of like a goo, and then you see something drip into it, and you look up, and you see what looks to be a large turkey beak smashed into the wall and like scraped down and like up on the ceiling, and there's like
It's
goo,
splattered.
and you can see that this beak is sort of like still stuck to the corner and dripping some goo, and that trail
Is my dagger anywhere? He was
leads
stuck in him.
down.
Did he drop the keys here when his face got popped?
The go and roll an investigation check, both of you, since you're asking for stuff.
Oh, that was my next question, but
Yeah, are the keys to drop?
14.
14 and
18.
18. You do see on the ground a dagger covered in this sort of like gooey, dark red blood that is. Rusty, pretty sure it's yours. It looks very similar. You pick it up. There is no back to be found, just the head. But you do see the trail going in. You don't see the keys.
Keys must have gone with the body.
Is it eating the body?
probably. It says it eats everything.
You heard some crunching.
Well, maybe it's not hungry anymore. That guy was pretty big.
Hopefully they
You
fell
hear from
off.
beyond, deeply into the tunnels.
If it ate the keys.
Well, hopefully the keys fell off before the body got into its mouth.
Maybe we could keep moving forward.
Yes.
Okay. You do have this orb, by the way.
Oh yeah. I'll let them know.
As you are walking
Oh,
around, you do
fuck.
have this orb.
And then I'm gonna, take it from the cloth and actually put my hands on
You
it.
want to hold it?
Yes.
You see her eyes disappear, and you are looking into the hall that you saw Kevin squirm away in.
Can I mentally flip between? Because I know there's different perspectives.
You don't. There's not. It's not like a.
I guess I don't know how the interface. Do you just think?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Oh, that's not bad. 19.
19. As you sort of feel this out, and you're not a magic user, but you have an affinity for magic items. You have a little bit of a what's the word for it? I don't know. An appreciation, I guess. You have this, and the delving is interesting to you, and this kind of thing. You think people mythologize a little bit. Magic is. It's always come a little natural to you. Kind of like how some people are good at math. Even though you can't cast it or anything. Understanding its nature, looking for traps and stuff. You intuit pretty quick. This is a scrying sensor. It moves with your will down the halls. If you had an understanding of these halls, you may be able to flick it back and forth. Would you like to try to scry a specific location in here? It only works.
So it has to be
intuitively.
locations you have seen.
Not locations you have seen. You can't do anywhere in the world. You can only do these
Right.
places.
Within this place is what I meant.
Can you have it be where we are right now and then move down the hallway?
Yeah, I'll try that. Can I try and imagine the place we are now, or think about?
Go ahead and make an intelligence save.
That's not great. Oh, 12?
12. You hold it. The orb itself sort of like, and then anyone who's looking sees a semi-invisible sensor in the room.
Can I move it? Like
You can
in
with
the
will. It
Yes.
moves about 15 feet around,
Okay. So there's
and
like
it has the sensation of scrying, so you can see about 10 feet in any direction around
I
you.
think it's a 10-foot bubble.
10-foot bubble, and it's the
Use
same
that
exact.
and we can try to dodge whatever this thing is.
Do you want to send the scrying orb down the hall?
Yeah.
Starsooth. Move down the hall. You get to the next. At the end of the hall is a doorway that is open, similar oaken doors. A squarish room that has been cleared out of any of its valuables long ago. Essentially just another room, empty, just a stone room. And then you float through that room, and to the right is another doorway, and you float down there, and it's another hallway that's another T section. It goes straight, and then it turns to the left. So you get to the section, and to the left, you see, or I guess ahead of you, down the hallway as you approach, you see a room with a dull glow similar to the ones before, but there's also a blueness to it, like a bluish along with the gold. And then to the left, you see a familiar prison door, similar to the room that Rummy was in, but it is on the floor off the hinges and has been for some time.
Okay.
And within that, you can see the beginnings of like scraps and bones and a lot of collective. It almost feels like a hoarder in that. And you can only see from that direction. You can't smell, but if you had smell vision, it looks like there's like growth and like not like mold, but like if you just leave a bunch of trash everywhere, stuff starts to grow up around. Stuff is grown up around, and like there's shit in the hallway as stuff is like dragged in there. And there is a large, wet, red, familiar goo streak all the way in, and you see a familiar sort of flesh color and the bottom of feet of an ape. An ape-like humanoid creature that probably had its face smashed in and its beak ripped off. And it's sort of flopped over on its belly. Its feet are, like this towards you. And you only see one of its arms, and in its clutches you see that, but you also see the body
Twitching?
Is it, or is something
being
moving?
moved as you see long green fingers rip a hunk off, and then you hear, and then you see the arm get sort of like, kind of like a baked chicken. You just see the wing get pulled off. So that arm holding the keys, and it just starts to, you see it get into the darkness. It starts to eat the arm, and you hear the keys clang onto the ground inside that cell area.
It took the body and the keys into its den.
And it's just sitting there eating. You can't see its form, but long, thin, greenish, grayish fingers Just grabbing hunks and ripping it and eating.
Well, I need the keys.
Probably do that.
What do you mean?
If I go into my shadow form, I should be at least safe from...
Can you carry
Can you grab?
things in your shadow form?
I can't, but I could use my telekinesis to bring it.
That's not a bad idea.
Unless it follows the keys.
I would follow the keys.
Try and move the keys when it is not looking, and do it carefully.
If you can move them without noise, that would be the best.
Or maybe.
So-
Or distract it.
You want to
Could
go into your
use
shadow form and use telekinesis to lift the keys up and pull them into the hallway?
Just float them down the hallway.
You can certainly try. That's a great idea. I mean, can you use your telekinesis in shadow form?
I can cast spells as long as they don't require components, and I believe with telekinesis I don't need components for
Sure.
major works.
Well, shit.
You can cast it without verbal or somatic components.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that. I guess just...
Okay, so you take a moment to embrace the shadows. And you have it's the little shadow in your
in the back of my head.
He's got lots of friends in there.
shadow that you keep inside you, and you step into the shadows, into the place you fear, and suddenly, Soren, those boundaries that you feel evaporate are evaporated. You just get to float around. You're part of the shadows. And it's interesting because, of course, the world still screams at you. And you can see your companion, your constant companion, back in the shadows, up hunched, and looking. Join us. Yes, let's travel. Travel the shadows.
Travel where?
To the goal. And you float to where you want to. Where do you want to float? Are you staying in your sensor there? Like, are you staying? Because as long as you hold it, as soon as you let go, you're not concentrating on it. But as long as you hold it, you're concentrating on it, and you're blind.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on.
So you're just gonna keep the
The
sensor there, so you can
keys.
watch.
Yeah.
Okay. So in your shadow form, if you are in darkness, you're essentially invisible. So you can't see
Right.
Soren.
I'll watch the keys.
Any of you can't see Soren. As soon as he does this, he essentially melts into the shadow, and you.
Yeah, I'll just retrace the sensor's footsteps.
You float, and as you approach this hallway in shadow form, you start to see something in the air in the hallway. It's like when you step into the shadow. I can only describe it as like a. This is not intentional. Like a purple haze. Not smoky, like purple. It's like the shadow itself is backlit with purple highlights. So,
Okay.
but it's not just everywhere. It specifically follows a path. Go ahead and roll an intelligence check. 9.
Yeah, I don't think I can add anything to it.
You can't like.
Whoops.
What?
I said whoops. It happens.
You can't place exactly what it is, but as you float into it, because you have to get to that point. So
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
as you float into it, you get like a tingle in your shadow brain. You get a tingle, like a new voice was just added, but only when you're in that, and you hear a language you've never heard before.
What the fuck?
As
Someone has entered the chat.
you hear it's almost like a psychic footprint, and it follows along, not towards. It actually goes into the cell, but it also goes back a ways towards deeper into the catacombs. But as you sort of sit in that haze, and that is there, it doesn't like dominate your awareness, but it definitely adds. It's like a strong smell almost in the air where you can't like really avoid. It's like garlic. You can do other stuff, but the garlic smell is always around. You know, or the tuna and onion smell. Some of those are still up.
We left the jelly.
Yeah, we left them up. So you continue forward in your shadow form, and you have vision in this form, correct?
Yep, even in magical darkness.
So it's pretty significant. So as you look in, you get a better look than the sensor gets. So you curl around, and you approach this definitely old cell with the door that's pushed down. It seems like it's been walked on. It's this bowed in the center. And it's split. It seems like it was knocked over either from the inside or it was like pulled off in a weird way. Like it seems like it was pulled or pushed because the hinges pulled away from the stone. You can see like 8 years ago, whenever that happened, it like ripped some of that facade of the stone out of it, and the bolts that kept the hinges in were ripped out too. So there's like the door frame's a little crumbly. There's just, again, like biological like bones and like scraps, and what you notice very quickly is that while a lot of things are eaten and stuff, there's some stuff that isn't, and you notice feathers and small skulls. It almost looks like whenever you've seen like an owl's nest, and like the stuff they throw up, and there's just like balls of bones everywhere, and like it's like that but spread out, and like black sort of like, you know, just biology just festering in these corners of the room. And you see the slumped over ape-like body in like sort of into the doorway. The feet sort of extend out of it, and you see sitting there hunched over with knees that sort of are like very thin and spindly. This thing sort of squatting, knees up to here. Its back sort of like curled and hunched, a long face with a long, like weird nose and a jaw, and it's just drooling, and it's holding this arm and like sucking on the socket, and on the ground in front of its feet, near its toes, as it sort of like gleefully like wiggles its toes while it eats delicious man turkey. It sort of like tinkles the keys with its toes a little bit, but doesn't seem to be caring about the keys at all. It's just eating the mass. You know what this is immediately. You are a guy that enjoys the weird and monsters and all sorts of stuff. This is pretty obviously a troll that has been here, and you know that trolls regenerate. It could have been here for years and years and years and never died. And it's just been living here. You also see...
The last time we did cult activities, there was a troll.
You also see a... in the cell, it's wider, and to the left side of the cell as you look in, I guess this way, you do notice like a change in lighting. You can't quite, you'd have to get deeper in to figure out why the lighting changes in there, but it doesn't seem to notice you, your shadow. It doesn't seem to care. It is a troll chewing on what's left of Gerald, who didn't make it very far. You guys fucked him up, got in here, didn't have many hit points left, and got blasted very fast by the hungry thing he didn't know was in here. He tried to escape this place. Wonder where what Kevin's doing though.
Bro, he's just slinking along.
Guess
Crying.
I'm just gonna wait until he's like really engrossed in one of those marrow slurps,
Oh yeah, he like
and then try
Breaks
to
it
just
and-
slowly pull the key away from his toes.
okay. Go ahead and
This is some fucking sneaking around.
why don't you just make me a spell attack?
There's
just
like
make me a
level
spell
in the
attack
Hobbit
to see
video
how
where you have to sneak
proficiently-
around the trolls.
How much
So
control
I
you
feel
have
like-
over this process.
23.
23 is a lot of mental control.
Let's go.
As you reach out with your mind, how do you want to try to get the keys toward you? They like lift up, or they drag across the floor, or they like they're shiny metal keys and they make noise. So
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna try and do is like wrap the hand around them as I pick them up to try and muffle any jingling it makes. And then just
so it's
lift
like
it.
you're gonna try to keep the keys together and
Yeah.
move them so they're okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a stealth check with that, or let's call it a sleight of hand. That works.
They're the same.
You can add your but because it's a magic spell, I'm gonna say sleight of hand with your proficiency.
Okay.
So whatever that is.
Okay. 18.
18. There's an initial sort of like as you pull them and you sort of gently, like just barely lift them up off the ground and move them so they don't make a lot of noise, and you start pulling them past the body and into the shadows. And as you move across, there's a moment where the troll sort of takes a bite and then looks down and seems a little confused. And like rips the back muscle off of him and just starts to like and just starts eating that. Doesn't seem to notice. You move the keys as the keys start to float. And you can start to see at the edge of your sensor's vision the keys start to float in. And you start to back away.
Body ass, dude.
Yeah. I'm gonna suppress the curiosity and just stay on task.
Okay, so you slowly float back. Does the sensor go with?
I'll follow.
Okay. So the keys move back, and sure enough, after a couple minutes. How long does this shadow form last?
It lasts 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah, so a couple minutes. You
good
are
fucking
able
thinking.
to
God.
get the keys.
We finally get a W.
A dub.
Randy is the MVP of this session, I think, for that one. That was pretty close.
Yes.
I'll float the keys over to ink, I guess.
Ink's blind.
I'll by the
Oh,
time
okay.
once he gets close, I'll
Okay.
just put wrap the thing back up.
Wrap it up, and you do get the keys.
Yeah.
to Ink.
Yeah.
The keys. Okay, so I'm
Let's
not
go
gonna hand
back.
you keys. You have a rusty, like a ruddy key, a brass key, a black raven key, and a crystal ball key.
One problem? How's Carmine gonna feel about us breaking this guy out?
Fuck him?
We almost
Do we
died.
really care after he tried to kill us?
He didn't. I mean,
What?
Brother, are
I
you?
mean, you are in a completely different.
You.
You are in a
Are you
completely
feeling
different
all
frame
right?
than I expected you to be in this moment. What are
he's
you
going
talking
to
about?
let us just walk out with this
No,
man.
he probably won't.
I don't think he would let us walk out. Period.
I don't think we're taking the front door.
No, me
You
either.
think he's gonna be like, "Hey guys, how'd it go?" Like,
He said something about knowing another way out. So
what were the keys? Rusty, black, raven,
All of
crystal,
our shit
and
is
there
in
was
Carmine's
one more.
house.
yes, well,
Rusty, the
well,
black raven, a brass key.
Brass. Thank you.
Yes.
we might have to deal with the man himself, maybe.
Or we just buy new things.
No, I think I would like my fucking rat is up there.
My
Like, not to be
cat
that
is up
person,
there.
but
I love it.
your
So,
paragon is up there.
oh yeah, yep.
yeah, your black paragon's up there.
You should really get pockets. in
And
that
my
dress.
gun, my sister's gun, my whip. We got to go back up to the house. My hat is up there. We got to go back into the house.
So now we're
Fair
in a
point.
situation where we are in the catacombs. Right now, the troll is not alerted to your presence, but it is within 3 rounds of movement, roughly, to
Well,
get
we could-
to your location.
Okay, we go get.
I'll say that this is all, you can talk out loud normal, but I'll say that your
No.
voices are just out of.
I think what we do is we just leave, go get him,
Crazy guy. Yeah.
and then we maybe try to get back to Mary and Eli and increase our numbers down here.
Well, the good news is I think Carmine will probably be thankful we got his keys back. So that buys us some leverage, hopefully.
If he knows a different way out, he could take that, and we just don't tell Carmine.
True. If we can all lie
How long
to
is he going
Carmine.
to survive on his own, though? He's eaten nothing but blood, and
He'll probably try to steal the keys.
I think we can probably fight the guy.
He's
I'm not too worried about it. He also might try and drink our blood. He wanted
it
blood.
seems so.
Well, let's see what he does.
So you go
If
back-
he tries to drink our blood, do you want to eat him?
You could.
I feel like that's-
I don't know how tasty he'd be, but
That's fair. I don't know.
Bit-
He's also got the tattoo. Is that like
Well-
seasoning, or is that anathema to the whole thing you've got going on?
we've eaten gold boys before, but I don't think that Mistress.
You know what's
cares much.
interesting? Now that you think about it,
Like moon
You-
chips and stuff.
I think it was you. There was a very brief, when you were getting set up with some stuff for either your first delve or something very near that time. You went into I want to say Carmine so bad. Not Carmine, fucking Rossi. You went into Rossi's place, and there was a person that they referred to as Bloodhound that sort of helped you with some survival stuff. That reminds you a lot of Rummy. You maybe actually did run into this guy 3 months ago or so, maybe longer,
Oh.
3.5. But just like really briefly, like
Yeah, like it didn't even register really.
it
Why
wasn't
the
a
fuck
major
is he here?
interaction.
I don't know, but I feel like we're probably better served getting him back to Ross.
That would be great. That'd be great. Randomly help Rossi out without him expecting it. Can't be bad.
Yeah.
You guys want to head back to Rummy?
Yeah.
You head back down the hallway, not far, a short walk, and you get to Rummy's cell. And at first there's silence. And he goes, "Is that you?"
Yes.
We were able to get the keys.
Yes, excellent. And you open the door.
Yes.
You open it, and he comes out, still bedraggled, doesn't seem to bring anything with him from the cell. And in the cell, there only seems to be a bed and a bucket. And so he comes out. Okay, how did you get the keys?
Carefully.
Safe?
Yep.
He's not dead?
No.
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 We have to go the other way. Okay. And he starts to head back towards the golden room that you guys, with the pool.
Let's go.
So now, where do you guys want to head from here? There, you
out?
head up. There is that black door.
No.
No.
Let's head back to the entrance
Okay.
area and see if Mary and
So you
Eli are.
move up, and you get back
Fumbling.
towards.
Or
Yeah.
can I try to get some of that thread to take with us?
Do you want to take the thread out? It doesn't seem hard.
I-
If you had something small enough to wedge up there to get it, you'd be able to like It would destroy whatever protection is in this room, though. You absolutely can.
We do have an empty syringe.
I mean, we're just moving.
A little fine needle you could probably use to pry it out.
We might have to go back through somewhere. I don't know, but
It's up to you. How much time do you want to devote to taking down this golden sort of enchantment thread?
As much as they're willing to give me.
Okay.
like 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Okay, I can do this in 5.
You use 5 minutes. Okay. So I need a sleight of hand check. Is anyone helping the process?
I'll help. I have a dagger if it'll
Okay,
help.
you can
anyone.
also roll a sleight of hand.
18.
18?
Yes.
Mine was a 4.
A 4. Okay. You start trying to do it. The needle doesn't seem to really have enough. It bends a little bit. One of her daggers gets up under there, and she uses her claw to kind of pull it down, and then you are able to grab it. But the thing is, you don't want it to break. You can tell that these strands have a length that goes to a certain point and then stops, similar to the alarm spell, but it's different in some ways. And you gather one length of it. So I'll say you have 10 feet of golden thread.
Okay.
For use in something. And that takes about 5 minutes. During that 5 minutes, Rummy stays as far away from that black door cell that he can while still staying in the room with you. The troll doesn't seem to move, seems to be enjoying its vast meal. So you have that. You move up to the next room with the black door in it, and you definitely don't want to open it.
No.
No.
Even though you have... you continue down the hallway.
Easy though.
Put it in front of the professor.
Anything that just
That
sits
would
there
work.
and goes, please open me, is like, no.
Live your life. You head down the hallway, and you get to what you assume is this door right here. The closest one, the one you exited and ran out of during the fight.
Let's open that shit.
It has a gold, brassy keyhole. You take it out, and you
Come back out.
and you walk in there.
Is the guy still over there?
Is Mary there?
Eli is not there. The door to the left is open,
Fucking
shit.
Christ.
but Mary is there, standing right where she was. And she goes, "Oh, hello."
You just stay down here and
I
observe.
can't seem to get up. I
You
was
just-
told not to travel in
So
that
he
direction.
left you as well.
He
Who?
just abandoned you
Carmine?
down here.
Only for a time, I'm sure.
Has he done this before?
Well, usually the staircase is functional during or after a party, but right now it does not seem to be, but I do hope for some repairs. I was told to be here until the end, like always.
What is the end?
The end of the party?
How do you
When
know
all
in
the guests
par-
leave.
How would
Leave?
we do that if we wanted to? Our things are still in the house.
You're more than welcome to the house. I was not told otherwise.
So what was the purpose of transforming everyone?
Transforming? By what do you mean?
With the medicine?
Ah, yes, the medicine is for your own health. She seems to be totally unaware of the
yeah.
implications of...
Okay.
Okay.
Those people are dead.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Are you in need of bereavement counseling?
Are you
Oh.
a counselor?
I have some limited ability to help people through hard situations. Should you require my help for anything?
I feel like we should take her with us. She
Um,
might be useful.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
darling,
Yes.
she seems quite empty.
Like it's not the real. Oh, I can't hear that. Fuck.
She's full of
We-
information, at least. Well,
Well, what I am...
some.
Part of the reason that I enjoy being with you is it's so roomy. She doesn't seem to have the will to fight. If you wished, my darling, I'm sure I could convince Mr. Buttons to commandeer such a vessel for a period of time.
Honestly, it's not a bad idea.
Mr. Buttons sort of...
He's up. Oh, hello. Is everything all right back at our rooms? Because he was upstairs. He was with
Mhm.
the rat.
His name is Ricky.
Ricky.
Oh, I see. Yes. That Mr. Buttons is still there.
Oh yeah, you have multiple.
Oh.
Yes. I would have to sacrifice a bit. If you want to commandeer any doll ever, if it's empty, you can use a Mr. Buttons to sacrifice half your hit points and put half into that. And then you can operate it essentially with Gaze of Two Minds and can do simple actions. Can fight, but it's not gonna be super. It's not like a fight thing necessarily, although but it takes some of Mistress's pieces, and she'll just go into a shell if you need that. Now you could do it multiple times, but your health is reflected.
Yeah.
So
Um.
it is up to you. I'm more than happy to do this. Now, it is a bit difficult. You would also split any spell slots. Or rather, actually, you'd only be able to cast from yours, I suppose. But wouldn't get any spell slots. Wouldn't have like your other shit. But can be Jaegered. Otherwise, should you need any help from me, Vigil Eli seems to have gone in that direction. And you see the open door.
Do you know what's down there?
Oh yes, I have been through all of the halls.
Could you
Could you
tell
give
us
us
what
like
is down
a
there?
map?
I do not have a map, but I can tell you that it is the Crystal Ball Chamber.
Well, we
Down the hallway and in that direction.
should have the key for that, probably. I'll hold up the crystal-looking key.
Yes, that would
What
be it.
is the crystal ball?
You are not allowed to have those.
Yes, I am. It is fine. I'll make sure she isn't within grabbing range.
Well, she doesn't try to take them.
Okay.
From you. It's just against the rules. What were you saying? You said no?
What is the
What is
crystal
the
ball?
chamber?
Ah, the Crystal Ball Chamber. The Crystal Ball Chamber is a chamber within the monastery here that seems to have housed the crystal ball that you have on your person as well. You're also not supposed to have that. It is the place where it was kept. It just seems to be a viewing room.
Does it lead anywhere else?
Oh yes, it leads to a cell that leads back towards a number of cells, and then further into the inquisiting room.
She's an open book.
Of course. I am here to aid you.
There's another door over here, right?
Yes, there is another door.
What
That will
is
lead
the-
further to more cells, and then eventually to what Mr. Carmine has deemed the interrogation or torture room. Though it is not his interrogation or torture room, shall I let you know, it is the interrogation or torture room of the cultists that used to occupy the space. You may be interested in some of the history of this place, as we did not have time prior to the presentation to have a discussion about any of it. But the monastery itself seems to have ties to the Raven Queen, who, and she describes the Raven Queen, and yeah, she takes it long-winded, and it seems to have been a secret location for a hardcore sect of cultists that research has revealed to be called a secret society known as Her Eyes. A end-of-times cult that seemed to go to some extreme lengths near the moon crash times and post, as magic began to die, and after their goddess perished as well.
So what were they doing down here?
It is hard to say what they were trying to accomplish with such a space, but evidence suggests that dangerous creatures were held here for purposes that cannot be necessarily divined, but certainly for housing and interrogative purposes, protection, keeping them from the rest of the population, but not dispatched, which is strange. Well, the nearest cell out of that door is actually one of Mr. Carmine's creations.
Well, is it a creation sort of like him? And I'll point at Rummy.
You are not supposed to be out of your cell, sir. I am going to have to let you know that you should return at once. And Rummy sort of goes like, hell no. Well, you will only have yourself to blame for violating the rules. No, quite unlike this prisoner.
Something new.
Different, not new. Lord Carmine has many plans, many interests. Eclectic. As you can see, Lord Carmine has quite the collection of things at his disposal. So not every day of our research, well, as I help him, not every day of it is eventful, but they're all different, yes. Total open book.
When you say plans, he has plans. What kind of plans?
Indeed. Lord Carmine has plans in order to...
So I remember Yes Man from Fallout New
Indeed.
Vegas.
Lord Carmine has grand plans to restore the health and well-being of the Vales for all of its denizens.
How does he plan to do that through his research?
The application of the research does not have a definitive, clear line, but nonetheless, we have seen many improvements towards people's survivability, and some people show odd mutations that we are trying to more further understand and cultivate. And
Has Carmine ever discussed any sort of acceptable casualty rate involving...
yes, of course, all casualties are acceptable in the pursuit of science.
Oh, great. Thank you for that.
Yes, I'm sure you agree.
I don't.
But okay.
How many test subjects have you had?
Dozens.
Do you have a specific number?
Do we have currently?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Some of the tests are complete. Would you like to know the completed numbers?
Yes.
For current, 52 former, many more to be in the future, and several confirmed successful cases.
Do you have the names of those?
The names of every successful case.
Just the
I would have to.
successful
I
ones.
would have to ask you to talk to Lord Carmine about such things.
What does-
That'd be privileged information, and I would be remiss if I gave it to you.
Lord
What
Carm-
does a successful case look like?
Yes, a successful case. Well, the first thing we look for is survivability along beyond the first minute. That is the most crucial 60 seconds of the process. Is the first minute, sometimes, as you saw with Lady Lorelei, some mutations are more catastrophic than others and not necessarily sustainable. See, if the process had ended before being dispatched, likely would not have survived with her skin off of her skeleton and her guts on the floor.
Makes sense.
If you can, in fact, maintain your corporeal self in a way that makes biological sense, we have seen great successes in people reverting back to their forms and continuing on. And others not so much. However, we have seen much more improved successes with the use of Perfectus along with the Animus.
Animus.
Everything is just a ripoff of mine.
Yes, the Perfectus allows one to... You don't want to engage in the process of taking the Animus without either specially designed formula for the person it's administered to, or for a... which is quite expensive to do for each individual. Or Lord Carmine is of the belief that the positive effects of the mutations sort themselves. And so, as more positive mutations occur and more negative mutations occur, the people with the negative mutations, of course, perish, and the ones with the positive mutations, of course, continue forward. And then we can select as we continue through different aspects. And that is part of the core research, is finding which aspects of which different mutations of which things that exist on the material plane we can harvest. It is a vast science. It is quite brilliant. And we are on the cutting edge of this discipline.
Is Lord Carmine's wife aware of all of this taking place?
Mrs. Carmine is the primary caretaker of the children, and her and I do not have much of a relationship. But yes, she is quite aware of Lord Carmine's research.
Was the research ever done on the children?
Was research ever done on the children? Was some of the first research. But they, of course, have more
Specifically
specifically
designed
serums.
So he's
Well,
trying
actually,
to
it's
find a...
one of the. If you go back this way, we can see the progenitor of their research through the black
Yes.
door.
Oh,
No.
no.
If
It
we
is-
open the door, would it no longer be contained and possibly dangerous?
Oh, that is a vestibule. There are two doors. There's a viewing room.
Oh.
Yes, it's quite safe. Unless that's not necessarily true. If you share a similar mutation, well, it's quite a strong beast. I would suggest that you leave this prisoner in his cell where he belongs.
Is that why he can talk to it?
Mr. Rummy, are you experiencing symptoms of communication in telepathic means with this other creature? Just shakes his head. All right.
Is he always blaming people hearing voices?
Do you have any further questions, or shall I escort you through the halls? We could also wait for Lord Carmine. That's what I was doing before you arrived, but now it is my duty to shepherd you.
When will he be back?
Lord Carmine?
Yes.
I'm not quite sure.
How long does he normally wait to come back when he is running experiments?
Oh, it's entirely contingent upon the happenings.
Okay.
Usually he is viewing, but it seems that you have taken the orb. He must have forgotten. I do need to remind him to make sure to take his things with him. He's always forgetting them, and I am always having to take them back and organize his things. He's a very scatterbrained man.
Why would he leave such important objects down here where experiments are running about?
Like I said, he is a forgetful man. He has many things. Not sure any one thing necessarily supersedes the other. He is passionate and driven. We could also go to the old part, the condemned part, if you wish to have a further tour of the place.
Is that where the troll is?
No. Further into the... She points out the door you haven't gone through. This one.
The Jerry Slug one.
Jerry Slug. Yes.
I have one more question before we...
Of course, please. Any questions you have.
Did Cain go through the process?
I have never been with Lord Carmine. You mean Cain?
Yes.
Cain? I have never met Atticus Cain.
Even when he was rushed here?
No.
Do you know what happened to him after he came here?
I'm not sure. I was not allowed... I don't conduct experiments. I simply help. If there was any sort of... I don't know medicine. I don't help in these things. I serve the Carmines and their interests, mostly Lord Carmine, and he did not ask me. I was not present. When I was done with maintenance in the morning, Mr. Carmine didn't seem concerned. I do remember the night. There was quite a ruckus. And there were many people. Maybe half a dozen. And they were rushed to Mr. Carmine's, laboratory.
And where is that?
Oh, it is beneath the mausoleum.
That's what's behind that door. Let's do it.
So we should break out of here, get our things, and break into the mausoleum?
Probably not.
Why not?
I will have to advise against breaking into any of the buildings around here. They are private property.
Noted.
Thank you
Seeing
for respecting that.
what's behind that black door could help us know what we're up against.
I mean, she says it's safe.
It's the progenitor of the research. That could be very important.
Yeah.
I feel like you just really want to see it.
I do. I won't deny it, but it also could help.
I respect that.
Rami, would you like to stay out here in this safe room while we see what that thing is.
You gonna go to the black door?
Yes.
You can't let that thing near me.
We won't.
We
if
won't.
stay
We'll
here.
just
Stay
stay
right here.
right here. There's a door between you and it.
Yeah,
You'll-
but that door's open.
Yep.
And you see the hallway leading that way.
I mean, we can like tie you up if you'd like, so you can't go towards it. It would keep you
I'll
from
stay.
moving.
I'll stay. I'll be fine. I'll be
Just sit in the corner over here, and
fine. Goes and sits in the corner.
we'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
There might be some food around here somewhere.
Look at the fucking table. It's just smashed. There's fucking food all over. It looks like a food fight. And then there's blood, and then there's fucking skeleton bones.
That's
and,
Oh,
great
he's-
for him. He wants blood.
Yeah,
and
there's
food.
blood. Go lick the
That's a
blood
good
off the floor.
transitory thing for him.
Yeah.
It's bloody food.
yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I'll look. And he sort of starts to look around. And so you guys start to head down towards the black door.
Mm-hmm.
So you head down there to the Vanta black door. And there's a keyhole, a spiral keyhole.
Let's go.
If we die because of this, I blame you.
I promise you it is purely safe.
Yep.
This is an initial vestibule that leads into another door that you would have to unlock to even let the creature out.
So don't unlock that door, and then, but if you do, then it's your fault.
Fair. I'll unlock the door.
Okay. You stick the Raven key in, and it goes to a certain point, and then you have to start twisting it before it'll go further. And you twist it, and it locks, and then you feel it push out. And as you do, it pushes out. The door splits in half, seamlessly, and pushes into the walls. And you just see a Banta black vestibule that turns, like it goes like this, and then it turns on a right angle. And as you walk in, there is a red door. And it is red, because again, this had like chains around it with a red sort of like squiggly with like a face in it. You see in the doorway, it's a red door, but it's not red because it's like made of wood or anything. It's red because it's glass, magical or something glass, and this glass goes all the way up. And the entire space, it's like an aquarium. It's like filled with blood.
Blood tank?
Filled with blood. A blood tank. And you can look into it, and in there's suspended in the red miasma is a humanoid form with long fingers, maybe 7 feet tall. No clothing, but like long past the need for genitals, long past the need for like.
It's Mewtwo.
It honestly, it kind of looks a little bit like Mewtwo, except long and sharp, and with a cleft sort of palate here that you can see, long, pointy teeth, and a jaw that comes down, and just eyes, and you can see this like
Dude,
wispy
vampire.
hair.
It's kind of vampire.
Called it.
A little vampire.
And this is not a vampire. From our research, this is the vampire.
Like the original vampire.
Some vampires, they say, were cursed by gods to be undead. They had dread realms, but there's another kind, the Noxera, the eastern kind. You may have heard of them as Nosferat. Old country. We suspect this is the first and has been here for thousands of years.
Protected by a cult of the Raven Queen.
No. Kept.
Prison. said it was a prison, and it's always been a prison.
No.
It is looking at you. All of you. It is looking at you.
Mm-hmm.
And you see on the tank, there are, like on the door itself, there is like a keyhole in the middle of the glass that looks spirally.
I'm gonna not engage with that.
We could all be vampires, though.
Why do you
Vampire
assume that?
campaign.
Vampires just kill people most of the time. They don't turn everyone into vampires.
How is he?
Although I would sound
researching
like a
such a
good
dangerous
vampire, I just
thing?
have to add some like blah.
Ah, yes. Well, there are many ways to research. This blood is strange. It doesn't seem to be from any particular thing. And it's pure.
Is this some of the blood that you gave me?
No. That was blood created to mimic the state of the inside of this tank. This tank, like a fish tank. A fish kept in a bowl, and it breathes water. This creature is kept alive by the constant reintroduction of this strange blood.
Why were they trying to? If this was a prison, why would they want it alive?
Why not simply kill it?
Maybe it can't be
It is
killed.
unknown. You would have to travel back in time thousands of years to discover the truth. And no one can do that.
Anymore.
So,
Is he hungry?
Hmm?
Did you say you're hungry?
No, I said, oh, great.
Oh. I'm projecting because I'm hungry.
I am a little hungry. Alright, well, let's go get Rummy then.
Has he been being fed this blood? He's been drinking blood.
who?
The guy who
Rami.
was in the cell that we let out.
Rummy?
Yes.
Yeah. That's part of the research.
Is he a vampire now?
I'm not sure.
Are you trying to make him turn into one?
Trying to make... I'm not trying.
Well,
Do you know the
The
purpose of the
research.
research, in particular, his case?
The research is, in fact, a secondary effect. So, follow me back, and please shut the door behind you. And
I
she
do
starts
so,
walking
make
back
sure it's
into
locked.
the room is called the refectory. Technically, it's a eating place in a monastery, but he uses it as his party soiree room. So you head back to the refectory, and Rummy is in the corner, and you do see him like licking the ground. Lord Carmine's research is, of course, a joint effort along with other ministries within the country, and of course, could not have been accomplished without the contributions of Atticus Kane. The current method of operation is, if you cannot have a formula made specifically for your body, the Perfectus assists in easing the transition. we have started clinical trials of pure blood. Pure, clean blood, like that we saw in the tank. To striking discoveries, the purity of the transformation is more sustainable when cleansing the blood of the limitations it normally has. The potential grows. It was a shocking discovery, but very beneficial to find that we could take aspects of creatures and impart it into the formula itself. Crafting how you see fit. So, the prisoner that you are calling Rummy here is an attempt to see what happens.
So they just did your experiments, but worse.
I guess.
And your formula, but worse.
Yes, worse. Definitely worse.
Well, it seems to me that the staircase will not be repaired for some time. Shall I escort you to one of the many exits?
That would be great.
Where would you like to exit?
Can we exit in the house? Or close to an entrance to
I
the
can
house?
take you to the courtyard.
That would work, sure.
Yeah, that'd be
As
nice.
long as we could get back to our rooms.
Yes. We have two options. We could head in the direction of the condemned portion and to some of the remaining old, unused cells and go that way. Or we could head towards the Inquisiting Room.
Inquisiting
And-
room?
Sure, why not?
There are two directions to go then. We can head towards the Crystal Ball Chamber first and then towards the Inquisiting Room, which will take you towards the troll.
Oh.
Or the other way, which will take you towards the condemned portion of the halls.
Condemned.
Condemned.
Avoiding the troll.
Okay. Well then, please, allow me. And she holds her hands out for the keys.
No.
We are going to hold on to the keys.
I must strongly.
You can report us to Carmine when we are done, but we are not
I'm
going to give
going
you
to
the keys.
have to. And
I believe it. I have full faith.
I wish I didn't.
To be
have
fair,
to.
if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have the keys back, so...
The lights aren't even on upstairs.
We didn't steal them, they were just on the ground.
If anything, we're bringing them back to him.
Anyway.
It's fine. We'll,
You can see her gears turning.
we'll
The
explain it.
door,
Hamster wheel
the
is
door
running.
headed, the door headed towards what she described as Lord Carmine's creation and the condemned portion of the place.
Yeah, we get
does
to
in
see
fact
his
head that
freakish
direction.
creations.
So it is a
Let's
crystal
go.
ball. You take the crystal ball key and you clink it in, and the door begins to rise, and you take your first steps forward towards a new cell, inside which is a hulking 10-foot tall humanoid figure shrouded in shadows.
What?
Because it's dark in there. And then a hallway that leads further on. And as you look up at this hulking figure behind what is a cell door, but it's much larger, and a viewport. You can see into there. It's just standing still, but its head seems to follow you as you walk down the hallway. Unless you want to investigate it. But as we head into this space, we'll call it for the night, because it's just about midnight.
I have to pee so
As
bad.
you head toward
What
the
fuck,
condemned
bro?
portion of Lord Carmine's secret dungeon that he built his house on top of. And he's making monsters. Let's go!
Every motherfucker try to be like me. Like, come on.
They stole your fucking formula
Every single
and
one
then
of
they
them.
started fucking torturing people with it.
I didn't torture anyone. I tortured
This is
myself.
some old beach shit.
The beast
What are they
that makes you
actually
old.
learning? This is pointless science.
Or is it? To be continued next
bum, bum.
Thursday.
Wow, imagine if we play 2 weeks in a row again.
We might.
Oh my god.
We just
2 weeks
might.
in a row. 2 weeks
Hooray.
in a row.
Holy shit, it's been so long and we didn't even do charisma saves. Good for us.
Let's
Not
go!
a single cum joke.
Well, that's because I can't talk about things, but, you know,
What?
I can't promote.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, that's true.
Oh,
So, we love you all. We love your faces. I hope you had a good time. We'll be back next week to see what else is in here and to see what implications this has for the broader campaign. We love your faces. Have a night. You've been a good one.